Ramayana, Kanda 4, Kishkindha Kandam. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 1. Repairing with Lakshmana to the lake Pampa filled with red and white lotuses, and fish, Rama, having his senses agitated, began to lament. And beholding there that lake, his senses were stirred with delight. Troubled with passion, he spake unto Samitri, saying, Behold, O Samitri, how beautifully appeareth Pampa of transparent water, like unto Bidurja, graced with full-blown red and white lotuses and various trees. Observe again, O son of Sumitra, the picturesque woodland around the lake, where trees, crowned with large branches resembling the summits of a mountain, appear like so many hills. Mental agony arising from Sita's ravishment and Bharata's grief have been grinding me, who am already stricken with sorrow. Verily conduceth to my felicity the pleasant lake Pampa of cool water, scattered with various flowers, covered with lotuses, highly graceful, girt with variegated woods, abounding in voracious animals, and frequented by deer and birds. This green common, checkered with yellow and blue, appeareth of enhanced beauty by the various flowers of the trees, as if covered with a blanket of diverse hues. The tops of the trees, rich with flowery bunches, are gnarled with creepers of blossoming tips. Now hath appeared, O Samitri, the fragrant spring of pleasant breezes, when greatly prevaileth the influence of Cupid, and the trees are graced with fruits and flowers. Behold, O Samitri, the beauty of the woods, showering flowers like unto clouds pouring forth rain. Various trees growing on rocky surfaces, moved by the wind, have been scattering flowers on the earth. Behold, O Samitri, the wind is sporting as it were with flowers dropping and hanging on the trees. The bees, driven off and singing, pursue the wind, moving the flowery branches of the trees. While issuing out of the mountainous hollows, the wind is singing as it were, and making the trees dance with the musical notes of the delighted cuckoos. The wind, making the tops of the trees collide with each other, is as it were stringing them together. The sandalcool wind, of pleasant touch, ever removing the exhaustion of toil, is blowing everywhere, carrying with it pure fragrance. The trees in this nectar-smelling forest are sounding as it were with the hum of bees. Hillocks overtopped with picturesque and flowery trees stand beautifully on this mountainous expanse. Trees with flowery tops, tossed by the airy currents and crested with the bees, are as if dancing in accompaniment with melodious strains. Behold, the Karnakaras covered with flowers appear on all sides like unto human beings decorated with golden ornaments and wearing yellow cloths. This spring, O Samitri, sounded by the musical notes of the birds, hath been kindling my grief, who am without Sita. Cupid hath been smiting me the more, who am stricken with grief, and the cuckoos have been defying me, displaying their mirth, O Lakshmana. At the pleasant fountains the delighted Daituahas with their warblings have been afflicting me, who am possessed by Cupid. Formerly my dear one, while in the asylum, delighted with the music of these birds, used to attain to a greater joy addressing me to hear them. Behold, birds of variegated hues, emitting forth diverse notes, have been alighting upon the trees, groves, and creepers from various quarters. O Samitri, birds and bees of melodious notes, accompanied by their commates and delighted with their mutual companionship, are on the banks of this lake. There live happily flocks of delighted vultures. The trees, sounded by the lascivious murmurs of Daituahas and Punskokilas, have been kindling my amour. The fire of spring, having clusters of asokas as its embers, the hum of bees as its sound, the redness of the twigs as its flame, hath been burning me. O Samitri, of what avail is this life unto me, not beholding Sita of sweet accents, having eyes with their eyelashes, and a head of curly hair? O blameless one, this season, when the groves become charming and the borderlands resound with melodious strains of the cuckoos, is the most beloved of my dear one. Methinks, this fire of distress, originating from amorous trouble and enhanced by the influence of spring, shall soon burn me down. My amorous feelings shall attain to an intense height, as I do not behold Sita before, whereas see the beautiful trees around. Sita, away from my vision, and the spring, drying up perspiration, have been both inciting my amour. That one having the eyes of a fawn and ruthless vernal breeze, O Samitri, have been oppressing me, who am overpowered with anxiety and grief. These peacocks and peahens, unfurling their wings like unto crystal lattices, have been dancing hither and thither. These maddened peacocks, encircled by the peahens, have been aggravating my amorous desire, who am already possessed by the Cupid. Observe, O Lakshmana, there danceth with her dancing mate on the mountainous expanse, the peahen, troubled with amorous sentiments. The peacock, unfolding his charming wings, is moving after his dear mate, mocking me as it were with his cry. Surely the Rakshasa hath not brought my dear one in this forest of peacocks, and therefore they dance with their mates in this picturesque forest land. It is unbearable for me to live without Sita in this season of flowers. Behold, O Lakshmana, this attachment is to be seen even amongst the brutes. The peahen, being influenced by passion, is approaching her mate. Sita of expansive eyes would have thus neared me, being influenced by amour, had she not been carried away. In this season of spring, flowers of this forest are of no avail to me. These pleasant flowers of the trees have been uselessly falling on the earth with the bees. The birds, exciting my desire, have been delightedly warbling in flocks as if welcoming each other. Surely Sita, under the influence of another person, is lamenting in the same strain as I do, if spring hath appeared there. Even if spring hath not appeared there, how can Sita, having eyes resembling full-blown lotuses, live in my separation? If spring is there, what can it do her, having a beautiful hip and loins, who hath already been overpowered by a mighty enemy? Surely shall my dear wife of a slender make, having eyes like lotus petals and of sweet accents, renounce her life at the appearance of this spring? Methinks, for certain, the chaste Sita shall not be able to maintain her being at my separation. Vaidehi's attachment is entirely centered in me and mine in her. This cool breeze of a pleasant touch, carrying the fragrance of flowers, appears like a firebrand unto me who am thinking of my spouse. That breeze appeareth painful unto me in Sita's absence, which, ere this, had been regarded by me as a source of pleasure in her company. This bird set up a cry in the sky at that time, and now sitting on the tree is crying delightedly. This bird flying up in the sky brought about Sita's ravishment, and this bird shall take me to her, having expansive eyes. Hear, O Lakshmana, the maddening notes of those birds sitting on the tops of the flowery trees and setting up their melody. The Vramaras are approaching the Thulakas, tossed by the wind like unto intoxicated damsels. This Asoka, enhancing the desires of the amorous, stands here, as if remonstrating with me by its clusters shaken by the wind. There appear, O Lakshmana, those blossoming mango trees like unto persons, exercised with passion and smeared with unguents of sandal. Behold, O Saumitri, O foremost of men, the Kinnaras are ranging at large in this variegated forest land on the banks of Pampa. Here the fragrant red lotuses are shedding forth their splendor like unto the newly risen sun. Here appeareth beautifully the lake Pampa of transparent water, filled with blue and fragrant lotuses, swans and corandibas, and abounding in red lotuses like unto the virgin rays of the sun, and having their filaments crushed by the bees. And the beautiful woods around the lake have been manifesting their beauty, filled with chakrabakas and the herds of elephants and deer desirous of drinking water. Behold, Lakshmana, the picturesque view of the lotuses oscillated by the ripples driven to and fro by the wind. I do not delight in my life, not beholding Sita, having expansive eyes like unto lotus petals, and ever fond of lotuses. Oh, how wily is the course of Kama, who hath been presenting unto my mind that auspicious one, hard to attain and of sweet accents. Had I not been overpowered by this season of spring with blossoming trees, I would have been able to put up with the present amorous infliction. The objects which appeared beautiful unto me while in the company of Sita, now seemed shorn of all grace in her separation. My eyes pant for beholding those lotus petals, O Lakshmana, because of their resemblance with Sita's eyes. Issuing out of the trees and touching the filaments, the pleasant wind is blowing like unto Sita's breath. Behold, O Lakshmana, the flowery branches of the Karnakaras on the summits of the mountains situated on the southern bank of Pampa. This prince of mountains, beautified with various metals, hath been throwing up dusts of diverse colors driven by the wind. O Saumitri, these mountainous expanses are burning in beauty with blossoming and beautiful Kansukas void of leaves. These fragrant maladies, malikas, caravis, and lotuses, growing on the banks of Pampa, and fostered by Pampa's water, and Kitakis, Sindubaras, Bisantes, Majalingas, Pernas, Kunda groves, Chirabilias, Madukas, Banjalas, Vaculas, Champakas, Thilikas, Nagas, Padmayakas, Blue Asokas, Ankolas, Kurantas, Chanakas, Parapadrakas, and yellow lodras on the hills like unto manes of a lion, are in flowers. There appear beautifully on the hills, blossoming chetas, padalas, kobadaras, muchakundas, arjunas, katakas, udalakas, sarisas, singsapas, dabas, salmalis, kingsakas, ruktas, karavas, tinnisas, noctamalas, sandal trees, cyandanas, hintalas, thilikas, and nagas. Behold, O Samitri, many a beautiful and blossoming tree growing on the banks of Pampa and gnarled by creepers having flowery tips. Like unto inebriate damsels, these creepers are embracing the trees, hard by, having their branches tossed by the wind. The breeze, delighted with various tastes, is passing from tree to tree, mountain to mountain, and forest to forest. Some fragrant trees, covered with flowers and some with buds, appear beautifully green. Saying, "This is sweet, this is pleasant, and this is full-blown," the attached bees are falling to the trees. And rising again, they are approaching the other trees growing on the banks of Pampa. This forest land, strewn with flowers dropping spontaneously from the trees like unto a bed sheet, hath become pleasant. O Samitri, the mountainous levels variegated with flowers are appearing like unto beds. Behold, O Samitri, the origination of flowers in the trees at the expiry of the winter. The trees, as if vying with each other, have blossomed in this season of flowers. The trees, O Lakshmana, with bees humming around and with flowery branches, are as if welcoming each other. This swan hath been sporting with its mate in the lucid water of Pampa, exciting my amour. Truly does this lake, like unto Mandakini itself, deserve the accomplishments that are known all over the world. O best of Raghus, I do not desire Ayodhya or the dignity of Indra if that chaste Sita be found here, and if I can live with her. I shall renounce all desires and thoughts if I can sport with her in this picturesque and green forest land. These trees, clothed in diverse flowery attires, have been exciting my thought in this forest, who have been deprived of my dear one. O Samitri, behold this Pampa of cool water, enveloped on all sides with lotuses, and frequented by chakrabakas, karandavas, cronchas, plabas, and high deer. Its beauty hath been further enhanced by the birds caroling. Diverse delighted birds have been exciting my passion, reminding me of my dear spouse, of blameless countenance, having a moon-like face and eyes resembling lotus petals. Behold on the yonder mountainous expanse of various colors, stags sporting with hinds, and myself on the other hand forsaken by Vaidehi having eyes resembling those of an antelope. These deer ranging hither and thither have been distressing my soul. It is then only that I shall attain to mental quietude if I can behold Sita on this charming mountainous expanse filled with birds and deer. It is then that I shall draw my vital breath, O Samitri, if Vaidehi, of slender waist, with me, enjoyeth the fine breeze of Pampa dispersing the fragrance of lotuses and sagandikas and ever assuaging grief. Blessed are they, O Lakshmana, who enjoy this wild breeze of Pampa. How hath that exquisitely fine daughter of Janaka, my beloved spouse, having eyes resembling lotus petals, brought under the control of another person, been living forsaken by me? What shall I speak unto that virtuous, truthful King Janaka when he shall interrogate me about Sita's welfare in an assembly? Where is that Sita now who followed me in the track of virtue, who am unfortunate and have been exiled unto woods by my sire? How shall I keep up my being poorly, O Lakshmana, being forsaken by that Sita who followed me, deprived of kingdom and sense? My heart is sinking not beholding her fine spotless countenance, having eyes resembling lotuses and smelling sweet. When shall I hear again, O Lakshmana, the sweet, incomparable, and auspicious accents of Vaidehi, intervened by smiles and couched in an elegant and easy style? That chaste and exquisitely fine damsel, even when afflicted in the woods, used to welcome me under the influence of Cupid, as if she were delighted and had her sorrows removed. O son of a king, what shall I speak unto Kaukalia in Ayodhya when she will ask MC of her high-souled daughter-in-law's welfare and whereabouts? Do thou proceed, O Lakshmana, and join Bharata gifted with fraternal affection. I am incapable of living any more without that daughter of Janaka. Thereupon Lakshmana addressed unto the high-souled Rama, who was thus bewailing like one helpless, with the following pregnant and immutable words. Forsake thy grief, O Rama. May good betide thee. Do not grieve, O best of men. Even the sinless persons lose their sus when they are afflicted with grief. Remembering the grief consequent on separation, do thou forsake thy attachment unto thy dear one. Out of an excess of oil even the wick burneth itself. O worshipful one, even if he hideth himself in the region under the earth or in a darker quarter, Ravana shall not be able to draw his breath. Do thou procure information about that vicious-souled Rakshasa, either he shall give up Sita or meet with destruction. Unless he gives back Sita, forsooth I shall kill him even if he enters with her into Thethe's womb. Do thou console thyself and renounce thy poorliness of mind, O worshipful one. Without sufficient endeavors even men of energy do not regain their lost ends. O worshipful one, mighty is the course of energy. And in this there is no greater power on earth. And there is nothing unattainable in this world to one gifted with energy. Persons endowed with zeal do never wear away in their actions. And resorting to this energy only that we shall regain Janaki. Do thou not perceive that thou art high-souled and highly educated? And leaving behind grief do thou forsake thy amorous madness. Being thus accosted by Lakshmana, Rama, having his mind stricken with sorrow, attained to mental quietude, renouncing grief and dolour. Thereupon Rama, of unimaginable prowess, passed slowly by the pleasant and charming pampa with banks girt with trees shaken by the wind. Thereupon the high-souled Rama, stricken with grief, passed along, beholding the forest land, fountains, caves, and revolving aside the pregnant words of Lakshmana. And the high-souled Lakshmana, of unagitated mind, intent upon Rama's welfare and wending like unto an infuriated elephant, cheered him up by means of moral and heroic counsels. Beholding their countenances passing strange, that mighty chief of monkeys, while ranging near the Mount Rishyamukha, became highly terrified and motionless. Observing them ranged there, that high-souled monkey, wending slowly like unto an elephant and stricken with fear and grief, became exceedingly sorry. Espying the highly powerful Rama and Lakshmana there, monkeys, terrified, entered into that holy and pleasant asylum, a worthy refuge, and having its inside always frequented by them. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 2. Beholding those two high-souled brothers Rama and Lakshmana, heroic and with great scimitars in their hands, Sugriva became terrified. That best of monkeys, of a disturbed mind, cast his looks around and could not stand, patiently, at any place. Beholding those two of great prowess, he could not make up his mind to remain there, and the heart of that terrified monkey sank. Pondering over what is more and what is less important, the virtuous-souled Sugriva became highly anxious along with that monkey herd. Beholding Rama and Lakshmana, Sugriva, the king of monkeys, greatly exercised with anxiety, spake unto his counselors, saying, Forsooth, these two heroes, and false guises and wearing bark, dispatched by valley, have come here traversing the forest stronghold. Beholding these two mighty archers, the counselors of Sugriva, quitting that mountainous expanse, proceeded to another best of hills. Thereupon, proceeding quickly, the commanders of various monkey herds stood encircling the king of monkeys and the chief of leaders. The monkeys, thus sharing in the misery and happiness of their chief, proceeded jumping from hill to hill, shaking the summits thereof with the velocity of their persons. Thereupon those mighty monkeys, jumping, broke down the flowery trees of that stronghold. Those best of monkeys, springing all around that mighty hill, proceeded terrifying the deer, the wild cats, and the tigers. Stationed on that best of mountains, the ministers of Sugriva, coming in the front of that monkey chief, stood with clapped palms. Thereupon Hanuman, skilled in speech, spake unto Sugriva, terrified and afraid of Vala's wicked wiles, saying, Let all the monkeys renounce Vala's fear, and this best of mountains, Malaya, there is no fear of him. I do not behold, O best of monkeys, that wicked valley of terrible looks, afraid of whom thou hast fled away, and for whom thou art anxious. I do not observe here, O gentle one, the wicked-souled valley, thy elder brother of impious actions, and whom thou dost fear, and I do not perceive any terror proceeding from him. O monkey chief, truly manifest is thy monkeyhood, and it is through thy light-heartedness that thou art incapable of fixing thy soul. Gifted with intellect and knowledge do thou perform all by means of gestures. A king void of sense cannot govern all creatures. Hearing those pregnant words of Hanuman, Sugriva said in better accents, who is not terrified beholding those two mighty armed heroes, having expansive eyes, with bows, arrow, and daggers in their hands like unto two sons of a celestial. Methinks these two best of men have been dispatched by Vali. Kings have many friends, and it is not proper for me to place confidence in them. People should know that enemies, always treacherous by nature, range under false guises. And those foes, availing of their credulity, bring about their destruction whenever opportunity presents itself. Vali is eminently expert in dispatching business. Monarchs, cognizant of many a wily expedient, bring about others' destruction. It is proper to discern them by means of disguised spies. O monkey, do thou proceed under a false guise and come by their intentions, examining them aright by their countenances, gestures, and words. Do thou ascertain their intention. If dost thou find them delighted, secure their confidence in my favor, by eulogizing me again and giving out unto them my views. O best of monkeys, do thou ask them why they have entered this forest, if thou dost perceive that these two archers are pure-souled. Do thou determine the fairness and unfairness of their purpose by means of their gestures and conversation. Being commanded by that chief of monkeys, the son of Maryuddha purposed to approach Rama and Lakshmana. Assenting to the words of the terrified and unconquerable Sugriva and saying, Be it so, Hanuman, the high-souled monkey, proceeded where the heroic Rama was with Lakshmana. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 3. Understanding the words of the high-souled Sugriva, Hanuman proceeded, springing, from the Mount Rishyamukha, towards the descendants of Raghu. Thereupon, renouncing his monkey shape, the son of Maryuddha, not confiding in them, assumed the semblance of a mendicant. Approaching them humbly, Hanuman paid obeisance unto them. And he eulogized them truly in words, sweet and pleasant. Greeting duly those two heroes, having truth for their prowess, that best of monkeys addressed them in sweet accents in consonance with Sugriva's instructions. Ye are ascetics of celebrated austerities, resembling the Rajarshis and Celestials and best of Brahmacharis. Why have ye come here causing fear unto these deer and other wild animals of the forest? Surveying around the trees grown on the banks of Pampa, ye have enhanced the beauty of this lake of auspicious water. Who are ye two youthful figures of mighty arms, wearing bark, patient, sighing and troubling these wild animals? Heroic, of leonine looks, gifted with mighty strength and prowess, slayers of foes, and holding a bow like unto that of Sakra, graceful, of a pleasant countenance, of prowess like unto a mighty bull, having hands resembling the trunks of elephants, effulgent, great among men, youthful, beautifying this chief of mountains with the effulgence of your persons, worthy of having kingdoms, and like unto celestials, why have ye come here? Having eyes resembling lotus petals, heroic, wearing matted locks, resembling each other, have ye come here from the celestial region? Verily the sun and the moon have come down to the earth of their own accord. Of spacious breast, heroic, having leonine shoulders, gifted with high energy, stout like unto plump bulls and human albeit looking like celestials, why are not your long, round arms, resembling Paritas and deserving all ornaments adorned? Methinks ye too are perfectly able to protect this entire earth, filled with forests and oceans, and intersected by the mountains Vindhya and Meru. These thy painted and smooth bows appear like unto the thunderbolts of Indra adorned with gold. And these beautiful quivers are filled to the brim with sharpened and deadly shafts like unto flaming fire and serpents. And these 2 daggers, of mighty proportions, furnished with burning gold, appear like unto serpents, let loose. Why do ye not answer me accosting you thus? A certain heroic and virtuous monkey chief, by name Sugriva, hath been journeying on this earth, distressed at heart, being driven away by his brother. I have come here being dispatched by that high-souled Sugriva. My name is Hanuman, the foremost of monkeys. That virtuous-souled Sugriva desires to make friends with you, and know me to be his counselor, a monkey, the son of Pavna, ranging everywhere at my will, coming here, under the guise of a mendicant, from the Mount Rishimuka, for the welfare of Sugriva. Having addressed thus those 2 heroes, Rama and Lakshmana, Hanuman, conversant with words and skilled in speech, did not speak again. Hearing those words, the effulgent Rama, with a delighted countenance, spake unto his younger brother, Lakshmana, sitting by him. He is the counselor of the high-souled Sugriva, the lord of monkeys, and hath approached me, soliciting my friendship in his, Sugriva's, favor. Do thou welcome, with pleasant words, O Saumitri, this monkey, Sugriva's minister, the subduer of foes, affectionate and skilled in speech. None can speak thus who hath not mastered the Rigveda, borne well the Yajurveda, and acquainted himself thoroughly with the Samveda. Forsooth he hath studied well all the grammars, for he hath not used a single inelegant word, though he hath addressed me with a number of them. And no defect was perceived on his countenance, eyes, forehead, brows, or on any of his limbs. His words, few, beyond all suspicion, pleasant, and uttered in a mild tone, came out readily of his throat and breast. He has uttered accents, wonderful, ready, accomplished, auspicious, and captivating. Whose heart is not moved by these wonderful words, proceeding from heart, throat, and brain? Even an enemy, who hath his sword uplifted, is moved. O sinless one, how doth that monarch accomplish his objects who hath not got such a messenger? Indeed, whose emissaries are so accomplished, all his missions are fulfilled only by virtue of their words. Thus addressed, Saumitri, skilled in speech, welcomed that monkey, Sugriva's counselor and son of Pavna. O learned one! We knew well the accomplishments of the high-souled Sugriva. We shall find out that king of monkey herds. O Hanuman, O best of monkeys, we shall go by whatever thou shalt say, under the instructions of Sugriva. Hearing these skillful words, that son of Pavna, delighted, revolving within him the means for Sugriva's conquest, purposed to bring about a friendly union between them. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 4. Hearing those words of Rama, and learning his amicable feeling in relation to Sugriva, as also seeing that Rama was willing to assist Sugriva, Hanuman, getting exceedingly delighted, remembered Sugriva. Since this one of successful acts hath been come by, and also this business is in hand, the high-souled Sugriva will most probably obtain the monarchy. Then transported with joy, that foremost of monkeys, Hanuman, in these words, replied unto Rama, deft in speech, saying, Why is it, that accompanied with thy younger brother, hast thou come to this dense and trackless forest, garnished with the woodlands of Pampa, and rilled with various kinds of ferocious beasts? Hearing those words of his, Lakshmana, directed by Rama, informed Hanuman of all about Rama, the son of Dakaratha. There was a king named Dakaratha. Possessed of effulgence, and attached unto righteousness, he, in consonance with his proper duties, for I, governed the 4 orders. He hath no hater, nor doth he hate anyone. And in relation to all creatures he was like another great father. And he celebrated Agnishtoma and other sacrifices with presents to Brahmanas. This one is his eldest son, named Rama, famous among men. He is the refuge of all creatures, and competent to carry out the injunctions of his father. The eldest son of Dakaratha, he is foremost of all his sons in merit. He bears marks of royalty, and hath the prosperity of a kingdom. Deprived of his kingdom, in company with myself, he hath come hither with the view of dwelling in this wood. And, O highly exalted one, this one of subdued senses, is followed by his wife Sita, even as at the decline of day the exceedingly effulgent sun is followed by his spouse, Splendor. I am the younger brother of this one, endued with gratitude and of various lore. Subdued by his virtues, I, Lakshmana by name, have dedicated myself to his service. Worthy of happiness, homage, and intent upon the welfare of all beings, deprived of wealth and living in the forest, he hath his wife carried off by a Rakshasa, wearing shapes at will. Nor have we yet been able to ascertain who is that Rakshasa that hath carried off his wife. A son of Dithi named Danu had, by virtue of an imprecation, undergone Rakshasahood. He it is who had related unto us all about the capable Sugriva, that exceedingly puissant one shall have a knowledge of the ravisher of thy wife. Having said this, Danu beaming, with a halo, went to heaven. Thus have I related unto thee all as it fell out. Both Rama and myself have sought the shelter of Sugriva. Having given away profuse wealth and attained high fame, this one who formerly was the lord of the worlds, now wishes to make Sugriva his master. That one attached unto virtue, that refuge, of all, the son of that shelter, of all beings, hath come under the protection of Sugriva. That spiritual guide, who ere now was worthy of being the shelter, of all, and who, actually, was the refuge, of all creatures, Raghava, hath sought the shelter of Sugriva. That Rama in whose happiness and favor the subjects found their felicity, seeketh the good graces of Sugriva. Famed over the three worlds, the eldest son of that monarch who had always, and for I honored all the kings of the earth crowned with every virtue, viz. Rama, hath sought the protection of Sugriva, lord of monkeys. On Rama being overwhelmed with sorrow, tried by grief, and having come under his refuge, it behoveth Sugriva along with the leaders of bands to show favor unto Rama. When Sumatra's son shedding tears had spoken thus, that one skilled in speech, Hanuman, answered in these words, persons of such a stamp, endued with understanding, of controlled anger and subdued senses, should be seen by the master of monkeys, and such come within one's ken through blessed luck. He also hath been driven out of his kingdom, and hath incurred the hostility of Valley. And his wife torn away from him, he dwelleth in this wood, in fear, having been exceedingly harassed by his brother. That son of the sun, Sugriva, along with us, will help thee in seeking out Sita. Having said these sweet and hurried words, Hanuman said unto Raghava, I will, now, repair unto Sugriva. When Hanuman had said this, the righteous Lakshmana, duly paying homage unto the former, addressed Raghava, saying, from the glad way in which this son of the god of the wind is speaking, it appears that he also seeks thy service, and, arriving at this region, thou also, Raghava, hast reaped success. He speaketh openly with a delightful light in his countenance, and cheerfulness. It seems that the heroic Hanuman, son unto the god of wind, doth not speak anything that is false. Then that vastly wise one Hanuman the son of the wind god departed, taking with him the heroic descendants of Raghu, for, presenting them unto the monarch of monkeys. Renouncing the guise of a beggar, and assuming the form of a monkey, that foremost of monkeys went away, placing those heroes on his back. And then the heroic monkey, the son of the wind god, of wide fame and great prowess, with his mind perfectly pure, considering himself as crowned with success, and experiencing exceeding delight, arrived at that best of mountains in company with Rama and Lakshmana. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 5. Having departed from Rishyamukha, and arrived at the Malaya hill, Hanuman informed the king of monkeys of the arrival of the descendants of Raghu. O exceedingly wise one, this one that hath come here is Rama having truth for his prowess. This is Rama having truth for his prowess, in company with his brother, Lakshmana. Rama the son of Dasaratha, is born in the race of the Ikshwakus. Ever doing the will of his sire, he has been sent hither, in order that his father's verity may stand intact. Rama, who hath come to the forest, is the son of him who hath propitiated fire with Rajasuyas and horse sacrifices, dispensing dakshinas and kind by hundreds and thousands, and who hath governed the earth by asceticism and truthful speech. His son Rama hath come to the forest through a woman. While that high-souled one having his senses under control was dwelling in the woods, his wife was carried off by Ravana, and he, Rama, hath, in consequence, sought thy protection. Do thou, granting an interview unto the brothers Rama and Lakshmana, both of them worthy of homage, who are eager for thy friendship, receive them respectfully. Hearing Hanuman's words, Sugriva, lord of monkeys, becoming visible, at his will, gladly spake unto Raghava, Sir, you are versed in morality, and bear love towards all. The son of the wind god hath faithfully described your virtues unto me. That you, O Lord, are anxious to contract friendship with me who am a monkey does me honor and is my gain. If you relish friendship with me, do you take this stretched arm and my hand with yours, and bind yourself fast with a vow. Hearing these sweet words of Sugriva, Rama, exceedingly delighted, pressed Sugriva's hand with his. And contracting friendship with Sugriva, Rama experiencing great joy embraced him warmly. Then that subduer of foes, Hanuman, leaving off the guise of a beggar, in his native shape produced a fire with 2 pieces of wood. Then worshipping that flaming fire with flowers, he, well pleased, carefully placed it between them, Rama and Sugriva. Then Sugriva and Raghava went round the fire, and, thus, they were fastened in friendship. And with delighted hearts, both of them, the monkey and Raghava, began to gaze at each other, yet they did not feel satiated. Thou art the friend of my heart. Our happiness and misery are common. Sugriva, rejoicing greatly, said these words unto Raghava. Then spreading a beautifully blossoming spray of sala, full of foliage, Sugriva made an awning and sat down with Raghava. Hanuman, the son of the wind god, with great joy gave unto Lakshmana a bough of a sandal tree, plentifully blossoming. Next Sugriva, feeling high rapture, with his eyes expanded with joy, answered Rama blandly in sweet words, saying, Oppressed have I been, O Rama, and here am always afflicted with fear. Deprived of my wife, I have, agitated with apprehension, sought refuge in this dense wilderness. I am afflicted with fright, and worried by fear, with my senses bewildered in this wood. Wronged have I been by Vali, my brother, and I have incurred his hostility, O Raghava. And, O exalted one, do thou dispel the fear of me, who am tormented with fear on account of Vali. And, O Kishkindha, it behoves thee so to act that I may not become subject to fear. Thus addressed, the powerful Kishkindha, knowing righteousness, and devoted to virtue, answered Sugriva, smiling, O mighty monkey, that the outcome of amity is good offices I am well aware of. I will slay that captor of thy wife Vali. These infallible sharpened shafts of mine, resembling the sun, feathered with the plumes of the Kanda, like unto the thunderbolt of the great Indra, having sharp heads and even knots, like infuriated serpents, being let go with vehemence, shall alight upon the impious Vali. Do thou today behold Vali slain with sharpened shafts, resembling venomous snakes, like unto a torn hill lying on the ground. Hearing those words of Raghava fraught with his welfare, Sugriva supremely rejoiced, said these words, and formed with rapture, Thou hero! Thou lion among men! By thy grace shall I obtain both my beloved and my monarchy. O God among men, do thou so deal with that foe, my elder brother, that he may not again wrong me. The left eyes of Sita, the lord of apes, and night rangers, respectively like the lotus, gold, and flaming fire, throbbed when the friendship between Rama and Sugriva was contracted. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 6. Sugriva well pleased again addressed Raghava, the son of Raghu, saying, O Rama, this servant of thine, foremost of my counselors, Hanuman, hath related unto me the reason of thy arrival in this lone forest. Thy wife, mightily, daughter unto Janaka, separated from thee as well as the intelligent Lakshmana, and weeping, in consequence, was carried off by a Raksha. Seeing for opportunities of doing mischief that Raksha, having slain Jatayu, hath caused unto thee the grief that comes of separation from one's wife. But thou wilt soon be relieved from the sorrow that comes of separation from one's wife. Her will I bring like unto the ravished Devakruti. O repressor of foes, whether she be in the nether regions or under the sky, I will, bringing thy wife, make her over unto thee. O Raghava, know my words to be true. O mighty armed one, like unto poison, thy wife is incapable of being digested even by the gods and Asuras with Indra at their head. O mighty armed one, leave off sorrow, I will bring back thy beloved. From guess I find that it was doubtless Mithila's daughter whom I saw when she was being carried away by that Raksha of terrific deeds. She was crying, Rama, Rama, Lakshmana, Lakshmana, and in the lap of Ravana she looked like the wife of the snake chief. Seeing me along with my 4 counselors stationed at the hill, she dropped down her scarf and her ornaments. All these, O Raghava, I have taken and kept with me. I will bring them. It behoveth thee to recognize them. Thereupon Rama spoke unto the sweet-speeched Sugriva, Bring them at once, my friend. Why dost thou tarry? Having been thus addressed, Sugriva swiftly entered a deep cavern in the mountain, with the view of doing what was dear unto Raghava. Then taking the scarf as well as the ornaments. Look at this, saying this, the monkey held them before Rama. And taking the sheet and the ornaments, Rama had his eyes filled with tears, like the moon covered by the dew. And from affection for Sita, Rama, his eyes filled with tears, deprived of patience, fell down to the ground. And placing the elegant ornaments on his bosom, he sighed again and again, like an enraged serpent in a hole. And seeing Sumitra's son at his side, Rama shedding ceaseless tears, began to lament piteously, O Lakshmana, behold this scarf and these ornaments which Vaidehi, while being carried away, let fall from her person to the earth. Surely Sita, while being ravished, let these fall on a sword, for these remain as before. Thus accosted, Lakshmana spoke, saying, I do not know her bracelets, I do not know her earrings. But I know full well her bangles on account of my always bowing down unto her feet. Thereupon Raghava said these words unto Sugriva, Tell me, O Sugriva, at what place didst thou see Sita, while she, dear unto me as life, was taken away by the fierce-looking Rakshasa? And where doth that Raksha, who hath brought on this high peril, and for whom I will slay all the Rakshasas, live? He that hath carried off Mithila's daughter, and roused my wrath, hath certainly for his own end opened the door of death. Tell me all about that ranger of the night, that deceitfully hath carried away my dearest wife from the forest. My foe, O Lord of Monkey, will I today send to the neighborhood of Yama. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 7. Thus addressed by the aggrieved Rama, the monkey, Sugriva, his accents obstructed by vapor and his eyes filled with tears, said with joined hands, I do not know the hidden abode of that exceedingly wicked Rakshasa, nor do I know his heroism and prowess, or the lineage of that one sprung from a vicious race. O vanquisher of foes, leave off sorrowing. I promise unto thee truly, I will exert so that thou mayst obtain mightily. Slaying Ravana with his hosts, and putting forth my manliness capable of pleasing others, I will speedily act so that thou mayst be pleased. Do not be overwhelmed with grief, summon the fortitude that is in thee. Such lightness of sense doth not become persons like thee. I also have experienced mighty disaster arising out of separation from my wife, but I do not weep in this wise, nor do I forsake my fortitude. A despicable monkey as I am, I do not grieve for her, and what again shall I say of one that is magnanimous, endued with meekness and firmness, and great? It behoveth thee to restrain thy falling tears by patience. It behoveth thee not to resign that patience which is the dignity of persons possessed of the quality of goodness. Persons endued with firmness of understanding by help of their intellect, do not in calamity consequent on separation from dear ones, or on the occasion of loss of wealth, or of fear arising from thieves, wild beasts, and sea, or of loss of life itself, lose their self-possession. He that is senseless as well as he that suffers himself to be overwhelmed with grief, losing all control over self, drown themselves in sorrow like a boat bearing a heavy load in water. I soothe thee from the love I bear towards thee. Do thou have recourse to manliness? It doth not behove thee to let grief overcome thee. Those that indulge in sorrow know no happiness, and their virtue goeth out of them. Therefore it behoveth thee not to grieve. The life even of him that is mastered by sorrow is in jeopardy. Therefore, thou foremost of monarchs, leave off that grief. Do thou entirely have recourse to fortitude. In the spirit of a friend, I tell what is for thy good, I do not instruct thee. Honor the amity I bear towards thee. It behoveth thee not to weep. Thus sweetly consoled by Sugriva, Raghava with the end of his cloth wiped his face tarnished with tears. And after that Lord, Kishkindha, had recovered his natural state through the words of Sugriva, he embraced Sugriva and addressed him, saying, O Sugriva, that which, pleasing and profitable, proper and fit, ought to be done by a friend, hath been done by thee. Solicited by thee, I have, O friend, regained my natural tone of mind. Such a friend is rare, especially at such a time. But thou shouldst strive to trace mightily as well as bring about the destruction of that fierce Rakshasa, the impious Ravana. Do thou also without reserve say what I shall have to do for thee. Like corn sown in a fertile field in the rainy season, every concern of thine shall attain success. O best of monkeys, do thou verily consider as true the words that I have uttered through affection. Falsehoods have I never spoken before, nor will I ever say one, in future. This I promise to thee. I swear by truth itself. Hearing Raghava's words, and in special his promise, Sugriva felt exceedingly delighted along with this monkey ministers. Thus fast bound in friendship, the man and the monkey conversed with each other about topics, which each thought fit, connected with their joys and griefs. Hearing the words of that illustrious monarch of kings, that hero, greatest of monkeys, considered and felt in his heart as if his work had already been accomplished. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 8. Sugriva, rejoiced at the words of Rama, said unto that hero, the elder brother of Lakshmana, who was well pleased, I am, without doubt, worthy of being favored by the gods, since thou accomplished and furnished with virtues art my friend. By thy help, O Rama, one can, O sinless one, obtain the kingdom of the celestials. What is to be said of one's kingdom, O Lord? I, who have, in the presence of fire, gained for my friend, thee, sprung from the Raghava race, am, O Raghava, worthy of being honored by my friends and relations. Thou also shalt by and by learn that I am a fit friend for thee, but I cannot speak unto thee of the qualities that abide in me. O free one, the felicity of high-souled and self-governed friends like thee abounds and is enduring. Pious friends look upon the silver and gold and the elegant ornaments of pious friends as common property. Whether rich or poor, happy or miserable, good or bad, a friend is the greatest refuge of his friend. Witnessing such affection, people can, O sinless one, forsake wealthy comfort and even their native land for the sake of their friends. Thereat the graceful Rama, in front of the intelligent Lakshmana resembling Vasva, said unto Sugriva of a pleasing presence, It is even so. The next day, seeing Rama as well as the mighty Lakshmana seated on the ground, Sugriva briskly cast his eyes about the forest. And hard by that lord of monkeys discovered a sala tree, bearing a few beautiful blossoms, with its wealth of foliage, decked by blade bees. Thereat tearing off a beautiful bough full of leaves, Sugriva spread it on the earth, and then sat down with Raghava. And seeing them seated, Hanuman breaking off a branch of sala, humbly made Lakshmana sit down. Seeing Rama seated at his ease in that best of mountains abounding in sala flowers, and cheerful like the ocean, Sugriva from love spoke unto Rama sweet and excellent words, of which the letters vibrated with delight. Wronged by my brother, I deprived of my wife and exceedingly distressed, and exercised with fear, live in this foremost of mountains, Rishyamukha. And, O Raghava, my senses wildered, having been oppressed by Vali, and having incurred his enmity, I am afflicted with fear, and tormented with fright. O thou, that removest the fear of all creatures, it behoveth thee who am tormented by fear and am helpless, to extend thy favor unto me. Thus accosted, that ever energetic one knowing righteousness and devoted to it, Kishkindha, smiling, said unto Sugriva, Benefits make friends, while injuries denote enemies. Even this very day will I slay him that hath deprived thee of thy wife. O exalted one, these feathered shafts of exceeding energy, sprung from the Kardikeya forest, decked with gold, furnished with the plumes of the Kanka, resembling the thunderbolts of the great Indra, having smooth knots, and sharp heads, are like enraged serpents. Thou shalt behold thy brother and enemy, who is named Valley, slain by my shafts, and lying like a dislodged hill. Hearing Raghava's words, Sugriva, Lord of Hosts, felt excess of joy and exclaimed, Excellent well! Excellent well! O Rama, overwhelmed am I by grief. Thou art the succor of those afflicted with sorrow. Having made thee my friend, I express to thee my grief. I have, in the presence of fire, by giving thee my hand, made thee my friend. Thou art dearer unto me than life itself. This I swear unto thee by truth. Having made thee my friend, I, inspired with confidence, am unbosoming myself to thee. The sorrow that is in my heart is constantly enfeebling my mind. Having proceeded thus far, he, his eyes filled with tears and his words faltering because of vapor, could not speak aloud. And Sugriva suddenly restrained, before Rama, the force of tears, like unto the tide of a river. And having restrained his tears, and wiped his fair eyes, that energetic one, sighing heavily, again went on, Formerly, O Rama, I was deprived of my kingdom and reproached in harsh language by the strong Valley. And he also took away my wife dearer unto me than life, and my friends have been imprisoned and been bound. That wicked wight, O Raghava, seeks my life. Many monkeys commissioned by him have been slain by me. It was, O Raghava, in consequence of this fear that when I first saw thee, I did not come out. This is all the fear that oppresses me. My adherents are only these headed by Hanuman. It is for this that although reduced to the greatest straits I have been able to preserve my life. These affectionate apes protect me on all sides. They go when I go, and stay when I stay. Why should I expatiate? In brief, Valley, my elder brother, famed for his prowess, is my foe. Even by his death my present pain would be removed. Both my life and my happiness are bound up with his death. I have, O Rama, communicated unto thee the way in which my grief might be removed. Whether in joy or in sorrow, a friend is the refuge of his friend. Hearing these words, Rama said unto Sugriva, What for arose hostility between thyself and Valley? I wish to hear this, related, faithfully. Having learnt the cause of your hostility, and ascertained your strength and weakness, I will, O monkey, understanding the irritation that hath ensued, compass thy happiness. Great is my wrath, on hearing thee disgraced, and like a downpour in the rainy season my ire increases, shaking my very heart. Do thou cheerfully and confidingly speak while I fix the string to my bow. As soon as my shaft is off, thy foe is beaten. Thus addressed by the high-souled Kishkindha, Sugriva, along with the 4 other monkeys, experienced exceeding delight. Then, with a cheerful countenance, Sugriva began to unfold unto Lakshmana's elder brother the cause of their hostility. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 9. My elder brother named Valley, destroyer of foes, was formerly highly honored both by my father and myself. At the death of our father, the counselors, saying, This is the eldest son, made him, who was well loved, of all, lord of the monkeys in the kingdom. While he was governing the kingdom which had belonged to his father and grandfather, I, at all times, in humiliation, remained like a servant. There was one endued with energy, named Mayavi. He was the eldest son of Dunduvi. Formerly there arose a mighty hostility between himself and Valley. And it came to pass that one night when all had fallen asleep, Mayavi, coming to Kishkindha, began to emit roars in great wrath, and challenged Valley to an encounter. My brother, who was fast asleep, hearing those dreadful yells, could not bear them, but at once rushed out vehemently. And as he rushed out in wrath, for the purpose of slaying that foremost of Asuras, he was opposed by his wives as well as myself, who humbled himself before him. But moving them aside, that exceedingly powerful one sallied out. Thereupon out of affection I also went out with Valley. And seeing my brother and me present from a distance, the Asura, seized with a panic, fled with speed. And as he was rushing on in fear, and when we had proceeded further, the moon arising, discovered the way. And the Asura, coming by a capacious and impregnable hole covered with grass, on the surface, entered it amain, and we remained there. Seeing his enemy enter the hole, Valley, overcome by anger, and with his senses agitated, spoke unto me, saying, Do thou, O Sugriva, carefully stay at the mouth of the hole, while I entering in, slay my foe in battle. Hearing his speech, that subduer of foes was besought by me for permission to enter the cave along with him. But making me swear by touching his feet, he entered the cave. And after he had entered the cave, and as I remained at its mouth, a space of over a complete year rolled away. And seized with sorrow, I reflected, as I do not see my brother, he must be lost, and my mind was alarmed, apprehending his death. After a long time, I saw frothy blood issuing from the cave. Thereat I was greatly aggrieved. And roars of Asuras also reached my ears, but I could not hear the cries of my superior, engaged in conflict. And from these signs concluding my brother to be slain, I, closing the mouth of the cavern with a crag, huge as a hill, and afflicted with grief, after performing his watery rites, came back to Kishkindha, O my friend. And although I carefully concealed the matter, the counselors heard it all. There they, assembled together, installed me in the kingdom. And, as I was ruling the kingdom with justice, it came to pass that after having slain his foe, the Danava, that monkey, Valley, came to Kishkindha. Then seeing me installed, he, with his eyes reddened in wrath, slaying my counselors, spoke harsh words to me. And although I was capable of chastising him, yet my mind, influenced by a sense of my brother's dignity, did not incline towards that sin. Having slain his foe, he then entered his city, and I, honoring that high-souled one, duly saluted him. He withal did not with a glad heart utter his benediction. And, O Lord, I, bowing, touched his feet with my crown, yet from anger Valley did not extend to me his grace. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 10. Then wishing for my welfare, I strove to propitiate my angry brother, wrought up with wrath, who was seated there. By good luck it is that thou hast come off safely, and that thou hast slain the foe. O thou that rejoicest the forlorn, thou art the only protector of me who am helpless. I hold this umbrella furnished with many ribs, resembling the moon risen, as well as this chowry containing hair. Do thou accept my service. O king, suffering greatly, I remained for a whole year at the mouth of the cave. And seeing blood issuing from the cave, I had my heart agitated with grief and my senses extremely overwhelmed. Then closing up the mouth of the cavern with a mountain summit, and returning from that place, I again came back to Kishkindha. Seeing me enter in a dejected mood, the citizens and counselors installed me, but it was not done with my will. Therefore it behoves thee to forgive me. Thou art the king, O worthy of honor, and I am, as before, ever, thy servant. I was entrusted with regal power in consequence of thy absence. This kingdom, consisting of courtiers and citizens, remains now rid of its thorns. It was established in me as a trust, and I protected it as such. Do not get wroth, O mild one, O destroyer of foes. I beseech thee with bent head, and, O king, with joined hands. With the view of preventing any one to wish to conquer this kingdom vacant of its ruler, the citizens and counselors unanimously, by force, entrusted me with regal authority. As I said this softly, the monkey reproaching me, said unto me, Fie on thee, and censured me greatly. And bringing together the subjects and favored counselors, spoke unto me, before friends, highly improper words. Ye know that formerly one night the mighty Asura Mayavi, getting enraged, challenged me to a fight, desirous of an encounter with me. Hearing his speech, I sallied out of the palace, and was followed by this horrible brother of mine. Thereat seeing me with one to assist me, and finding that we had come upon him, that mighty Asura fled, seized with fear. And fleeing on, he, at length, swiftly entered a huge hole. Knowing that he had entered that dreadful and large cave, I spoke unto my brother of a crooked presence, without slaying this Asura, I cannot return to the palace. Do thou wait at the mouth of the cave while I slay him. This one is stationed here. Thinking thus, I entered that inaccessible cave. And as I searched for the Asura, 1 entire year passed away. And that wicked wight who had roused my alarm in consequence of his disappearance was, at length, slain by me in 1 day, along with his friends. Then as he emitted yells in the subterranean region, the cave was filled with his blood, and it became difficult to come out of it. Having with ease slain my powerful foe, I could not find the outlet of the cavern, its mouth having been closed. Then as I again and again cried Sugriva, Sugriva, I became exceedingly sorry for not receiving any reply. Thereat I threw down the stone after striking it many times with my legs. Then coming out by its mouth, I have come to this city. Seeking my kingdom, the crafty Sugriva had shut me up there, forgetting fraternal love. Saying this, that monkey, the shameless Valley, exiled me with a single cloth on. O Raghava, I have been discomfited by him, and been deprived of my wife. And from fear of him, I have wandered over the whole earth, having forest and seas. And aggrieved in consequence of my having been deprived of my wife, I have, at length, entered this best of mountains, Rishyamukha, which for a certain reason is incapable of being approached by Valley. Thus have I mentioned unto thee the great cause of this hostility, O Raghava, innocent as I am, I have come by this mighty misfortune. O thou that inspirest the fear of all creatures, by chastising Valley it behoveth thee to grant thy grace unto me, who am tormented with fear in connection with Valley, O hero. Thus accosted, that energetic one knowing righteousness, smiling, began to address Sugriva in words fraught with morality. These sharpened shafts of mine, resembling the sun, and never missing, shall furiously fall upon the wicked Valley. So long as thou dost not see that stealer of thy wife, so long only shall the impious Valley of vile character live. By what I myself feel, I see that thou hast sunk in a sea of sorrow. But I will deliver thee, and thou shalt attain both thy wife as well as this kingdom. Hearing that speech of his, capable of enhancing joy and manliness, Sugriva, overjoyed, spoke those words informed with high sense. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 11. Hearing Rama's words capable of enhancing joy and manliness, Sugriva highly honored the former and extolled him, saying, enraged, thou, with thy sharp and flaming shafts, capable of piercing into the vitals, canst burn up the worlds, like the sun at the universal dissolution. Heedfully hearing from me of valor's strength, prowess, and fortitude, do thou afterwards ascertain what is fit. Before the sun rises, Valley can easily range the ocean from west to east and from south to north. Ascending the tops of mountains, Valley possessed of prowess throws up their summits, and then again swiftly holds them. And displaying his strength, Valley vehemently crushes in the woods various stout trees. There was one assuming the shape of buffalo named Dunduvi, resembling in splendor the summit of Kailaka. That one possessed of prowess had the strength of 100 elephants. That wicked one of a gigantic body, inflated by his prowess and blinded by the boon he had received, once went to that lord of streams, the sea. Passing beyond the sea, with waves upon him, and containing heaps of gems, he said unto the mighty deep, grant me battle. Thereat the righteous-souled and mighty ocean arose, and, O king, said these words unto that Asura, who had been urged by death. O thou that art skilled in fight, I am not competent to offer thee fight, but listen to me who will tell thee who shall offer the fight. There is a monarch of mountains in a mighty forest, the great refuge of asceticism, the worker of the wheel of all, an Asura, celebrated by the name of Himavan, containing great cascades and furnished with many fountains and caves. He can compass thy incomparable pleasure. Concluding that the ocean was afraid, that foremost of Asuras presented himself in the wood of Himavan, like a shaft shot from a bow. Thereupon Dunduvi began to throw down many white crags resembling the foremost of elephants, and sent up shouts. Then resembling white clouds, mild and possessed of a pleasing shape, Himavan, stationed on the summit, spoke, O Dunduvi, O thou that art attached to righteousness, it behoveth thee not to distress me. I am the refuge of all those ascetics who are not expert in military arts. Hearing those words of that intelligent lord of mountains, Dunduvi, with reddened eyes, said, Afraid of me and hence void of energy, if thou art incapable of fighting with me, do thou name him who is ready to fight with me, who am desirous of entering into conflict. Hearing these words, the virtuous-souled Himavan, skilled in speech, spoke unto that great Asura, exercised with ire. O greatly wise one, there lives in Kishkindha, of incomparable beauty, the mighty and highly graceful monkey, the son of Sakra, by name Valley. That mighty wise one, skilled in warfare, is capable of fighting with thee on equal terms, like unto Namuchi with Vasva. Do thou speedily repair unto him if dost thou wish for a conflict. He is always expert in military exploits and is hard to repress. Hearing Himavan's words, Dunduvi, inflamed with ire, went to Kishkindha, Vala's capital. Assuming the figure of a terrible buffalo, with sharpened horns like unto a cloud big with water, ranging on the sky in the rainy season, and approaching the gate of Kishkindha, that highly powerful one set up a terrible roar, shakiag the earth like unto the sound of a kettle drum. Like unto an elephant he felled, out of haughtiness, the trees around, and rent the earth with his hoofs, scraping it with his horns. Valley was in the female apartment at that time, and unable to bear the sound, came out with his wives like unto the moon with stars. Thereupon that lord of monkeys and other wild animals spoke openly unto Dunduvi, saying, O Dunduvi, obstructing this my city gate, why dost thou set up a terrible roar? Dost thou know my mighty strength? Do thou save thy own life. Hearing those words of that intelligent lord of monkeys, Dunduvi, with reddened eyes spoke, O hero, it becometh thee not to speak thus before thy wives. Do thou enter into conflict with me, and thy prowess shall be ascertained thereafter. Or I shall suppress my wrath for this night, and do thou, O monkey, enjoy till the rise of the sun, embracing all the monkeys, inviting all thy friends, do thou, that art the lord of the monkey herds, honor them with gifts. Do thou survey Kishkindha, and make thy children kings. And do thou enjoy with thy wives, it is me that shall crush down thy pride. He, who destroyeth a person who is given up to drinking, reckless, emaciated and deprived of weapons, and one like thee, sunk in the abyss of voluptuousness, committeth the sin consequent upon the destruction of an embryo, whereto replied Valley, laughing, unto that wicked lord of Asuras, leaving aside all his wives, headed by terror. If thou art not afraid of fighting, do not consider me as one given up to drinking only. Do thou regard this my attachment as a draught in this conflict, to be drunk by the heroes. Saying this, Valley, taking his golden garland, conferred on him by his father Mahendra, addressed himself for the conflict. Holding him by the horns, Valley, that lord of monkeys, setting up a terrible roar, hurled Dunduvi resembling a mountain. And bellowing a thundering voice, Valley crushed him down. And blood began to trickle down from the pores of his ears. Both of them desired to subdue each other, and thus there arose a terrible conflict between Valley and Dunduvi. Thereupon fought Valley, equaling Sakra in prowess, by fists, knees, legs, stones, and trees. And thus there was a skirmish between the monkey chief and the Asura. And in this conflict Asura's strength was greatly reduced, while that of Sakra's son was highly enhanced. Holding up Dunduvi, he threw him on the ground. And in that dreadful skirmish Dunduvi was greatly reduced. And there was a profusion of blood falling from the ears of that one crushed down. Thereupon that one of mighty arms fell down to the earth and breathed his last. And taking up with his arms that lifeless one, the mighty Valley hurled him with great force at distance of a yojana. While thus thrown down by force, drops of blood, falling from his mouth, driven by the wind, fell upon the asylum of the great Saint Mathanga. O great one, beholding the drops of blood there, the great ascetic, angered, thought within himself, who might be the author of this sprinkling of blood? Who is that wicked-souled, vicious-minded, stupid person, who hath all on a sudden sprinkled me with blood. Saying this, that best of saints issued out of the hermitage, and surveyed a lifeless buffalo lying on the earth, like unto a huge mountain. And apprehending by virtue of his asceticism that this hath been committed by a monkey, he imprecated a mighty curse on the perpetrator of that iniquitous deed. He shall not enter here who hath spoiled the sanctity of my forest with showers of blood. And surely he shall be killed on entering. Forsooth shall that wicked one cease to exist if he strideth within Ayodhya around my asylum, who hath felled these trees by throwing the body of the Asura. His counselors, or any one related to him, who shall resort to this my forest, shall meet with the selfsame fate. They shall not live here. Hearing this from me, let them take their own ways. And even if they live here, forsooth, shall I curse them too. This my forest is being protected by me every day like unto my own son, and the monkeys are always used to destroy its leaves, trees, and roots. Forgive them I today, but if I find any tomorrow, he shall be turned into stone for many thousand years. Hearing those words of the saint, the monkey herd issued out of the forest. And beholding them, coming out of the forest, Valley spoke, Why have ye all, the dwellers of the Mathinga forest, approached me? Is it all well with you? Thereupon they related unto Valley, wearing a golden garland, the cause of the saint's curse by him and other monkeys. Hearing those words, Valley approached that great ascetic and solicited him with folded hands. Disregarding him, the ascetic entered into his asylum, and Valley was overwhelmed with the fear of curse. O Lord of men, afraid of the curse that monkey chief purposed to repair unto the Mount Rishyamukha. Knowing for certain, O Rama, that he shall not enter this forest, I have been living here with my ministers, devoid of fear and grief. Here is the collection of Dunduvi's bones, killed on account of his own haughtiness, resembling a huge mountain. These are the 7 huge sala trees, clothed in branches, which Valley could simultaneously divest of leaves by virtue of his prowess. I have related unto thee, O Rama, the incomparable prowess of his. Do thou tell me now, O hero, how canst thou destroy him in the conflict? Unto Sugriva speaking thus, Lakshmana smiling replied, Performing what, shalt thou confide in, Rama's ability, to destroy Valley? Thereupon Sugriva bespake him, These 7 sala trees, before thee, the mighty Valley, formerly pierced, all at a time, with one shaft. If Rama can aim at one of these only with one arrow, and if he can, O Lakshmana, throw the bones of this dead buffalo at a distance of 200 bows, I shall consider Valley slain. Having addressed Rama thus, Sugriva, having blood-red eyes, thought aside for a moment and again spoke unto Kishkindha. He is heroic and proud of his prowess. His heroism and strength are known all over the world. He is a mighty monkey and incapable of being repressed in a battle. His actions are such as are above the power of the celestials. Revolving them within myself and terrified, I have repaired to this Mount Rishyamukha. And thinking of that Lord of monkeys, unconquerable and irrepressible, I dare not leave this Rishyamukha. And exercised with fear and anxiety, therefore, I have been wandering in this mighty forest, along with my devoted counselors, headed by Hanuman. And having secured in thee a worthy and sincere friend, O best of men, O thou that art loving unto thy friends, I have taken thy shelter like unto Himavad himself. Cognizant am I of the prowess of my highly powerful and wicked brother, but I have never witnessed thine in a conflict, O Raghava. I do not compare thee with Valley, nor do I disregard or frighten thee, forsooth have I greatly been alarmed by his terrible actions. O Raghava, thy words, patience, and figure are the proofs of thy heroism, truly do they bespeak of thy valor like unto fire hidden by ashes. Hearing those words of the high-souled Sugriva, Rama, smiling, spoke unto that monkey, saying, O monkey, if thou dost not confide in my valor, soon shall I create thy confidence about my warlike abilities. Having thus addressed Sugriva and consoling him, the highly powerful Raghava, of mighty arms, Lakshmana's elder brother, lifting up easily with his thumb the dried frame of that Asura, Dunduvi, hurled it at a distance of 10 yojanas. Beholding that Asura's body thrown thus, Sugriva again addressed unto the heroic Rama, before Lakshmana and the monkey heard the following pregnant words: Friend, formerly this body was wet and corpulent, and it was thrown with great difficulty by my brother Vali, mad with voluptuousness. And O Raghava, it is now divested of flesh and hence light like unto grass, and consequently it has been hurled by thee with ease, O descendant of Raghu. And unable am I to ascertain who is the mightier. There is a good deal of difference, O Raghava, between a body wet and dried. There is still doubt, O worshipful one, which of you is the mightier? Truly shall thy strength be manifested in the piercing of one of these solid trees. Having stringed the bough like unto the trunk of an elephant and stretching it to thy ears, do thou shoot this mighty arrow. Doubt that is none that this arrow flung by thee shall bore this solid tree. There is no need of discussion any more. Do thou perform, O king, what dost thou think proper for me, contracted, as thou hast, friendship with me, with a solemn vow. Like unto the sun amongst the planets, like unto the Himalaya amongst the mountains, like unto the lion amongst the quadrupeds, thou art the foremost of men in prowess. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 12. Wearing those pleasant words of Sugriva, the highly effulgent Rama, to create his confidence, took up his bow. That one, conferring honors upon others, holding his terrible bow and a shaft, darted it towards the Sala, filling all the quarters with a sound. The arrow, clear as the gold itself, hurled by that one of mighty strength, perforating the trees, entered into the mountainous expanse and the sevenfold regions of the earth. And that shaft, gifted with wonderful velocity, piercing all the trees, entered again into the quiver. Having beheld those 7 trees bored by Rama's arrow, that monkey chief attained to an excess of surprise. Thereupon Sugriva, exceedingly glad, and delighted with his actions, bowing down his head on the earth and stretching his ornamented person on the ground, addressed with clasped hands that heroic descendant of Raghu, Rama, the foremost of those conversant with religious lore, with the following pious words: O best of men, O Lord, what of Vali, thou art capable of destroying with thy arrows, in the conflict, even the celestials headed by Indra. O Kishkindha, who can stand before thee in a battle, who hath pierced the 7 trees, and the mountain, and the earth with one arrow? Obtaining thee as my friend like unto Mahendra and Varuna, my grief hath been removed, and I have attained to an excess of delight. Do thou, O Kishkindha, even today destroy, for my welfare, my brother Vali. This I do pray unto thee with folded hands. Thereupon embracing Sugriva, of a pleasant countenance and like unto Lakshmana, the highly wise Rama spoke unto him, saying, Soon shall we repair unto Kishkindha. Do thou go before, Sugriva, and invite thy false brother, Vali, to battle. Thereupon proceeding quickly to Kishkindha, Vala's capital, they all stood waiting in that dense forest, hiding themselves under the trees. With a view to call Vali, Sugriva, tying fast his cloth around the waist, set up a terrible roar, as if rending the sky therewith. Hearing the terrible uproar of his brother, the mighty Vali, highly angered, issued out of his city, like unto the sun from the western shores, where he sets. Thereupon there arose a mighty conflict between Vali and Sugriva like unto the planets Mercury and Mars fighting with each other on the sky. The 2 brothers, exercised with ire, struck each other with palms like unto Akani and with fists resembling adamant. Thereupon Rama, with bow in hand, beheld those 2 heroes resembling each other, like unto 2 aquins. And Raghava did not discharge that mortal shaft until he could perfectly ascertain who was Vali and who was Sugriva. In the meantime, being defeated by Vali, Sugriva fled away, and not beholding Raghava, proceeded towards Rishyamukha. And wearied, worn out with blows, and having his person bathed in blood, he, followed by Vali, angered, entered that mighty forest. Beholding him enter that forest, the highly powerful Vali could not pursue him there for fear of the curse, but said, Thou art released today. And Raghava too, with his brother and Hanuman, entered that forest, where the monkey chief Sugriva was. Beholding Rama approach with Lakshmana, Sugriva, stricken with shame and casting his looks on the earth, addressed him poorly, with the following words, accosting me with "Do thou call, Valley, displaying thy valor and making me struck by the enemy, what improper conduct hast thou shown by me? Thou shouldst have spoken me then truly, O Raghava, I shall not destroy Valley, and I would not have gone there." The high-souled Sugriva speaking thus poorly, Raghava again spoke unto him, saying, "Do thou hear, O Sugriva, O worshipful one, why I did not discharge my arrow then? By ornaments, dress, stature, and movements thyself and Valley are just the same, O Sugriva. By voice, by words, by looks or by valor, O monkey, I could not make out any distinction. O best of monkeys, being thus surprised by the similarity of your countenances, I could not discharge that foe-destroying and quick-coursing shaft. I was so afraid of thy resemblance with Valley that I thought that lest the mortal shaft might destroy thee. O hero, O lord of monkeys, if any disaster befalleth thee, who art already overwhelmed with miseries, through my ignorance or childishness, they shall be known all over the world. Mighty is the sin that ariseth from the destruction of one who hath been offered shelter. Myself, Lakshmana, and that exquisitely fine damsel, Sita, are all at thy service. Thou art our only refuge in this forest. Do thou again enter into conflict, therefore, and do not fear, O monkey. And do thou behold even, in this very moment, Valley, moving restlessly on the breast of the earth, wounded by my shaft. Do thou make some mark on thy person, O lord of monkeys, by which I shall be able to recognize thee when engaged in a duel with thy brother. O Lakshmana, plucking this auspicious gaja flower, do thou put it round the neck of the high-souled Sugriva. Thereat that highly graceful one with the garland around his neck appeared like unto a cloud. And appearing in a graceful person and attentive to Rama's words, he again entered Kishkindha with him. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 13. Thereupon the high-souled Rama, along with Sugriva, proceeded from the Mount Rishyamukha to Kishkindha, maintained by valorous prowess, raising up his gold-crested mighty bow and taking his battle arrows like unto a diffier. The mighty Sugriva, bending low, proceeded before the high-souled Rama and Lakshmana. They were followed by the heroic Hanuman, the mighty Nala and Nila, and the highly powerful Tara, the leader of the monkey herd. They beheld as they proceeded, trees, lowered down with the weight of flowers, rivers of clear water flowing to the ocean, mountain hollows, hills, caves, cavities, and principal peaks and charming rills. They beheld on their way, pools filled with water clear as Baiduria and beautified with lotuses, full-blown and buds, and resounded with the cries of corandabas, swans, geese, bankulas, waterfowls, chakrabakas, and various other birds. They surveyed all around in the forest land, deer ranging fearlessly at large and grazing on tender grass. They beheld frightful wild elephants having white teeth, ranging alone, the destroyers of river banks and enemies of pools. And observing many an infuriated monkey like unto elephants, resembling so many movable mountains riving the mountainous expanses crusted with dust, and many other wild beasts and birds, the followers of Sugriva wended their way. They proceeding quickly, Rama, the descendant of Raghu, beholding the forest filled with trees, spake unto Sugriva, saying, These trees skirted by plantain groves, dense as a collection of clouds, appear as clouds in the sky. Great is my curiosity, O friend, to learn what are these. And I wish to have my curiosity removed by thee. Hearing the words of the high-souled Raghava, Sugriva began to describe that great forest, and this extensive asylum, O Raghava, removing the toil of the travelers, filled with gardens and trees and abounding in delicious fruits, roots and water, dwelt 7 saints, having control over their senses. Those 7 saints, dwelling on the mountain, passed days and nights in water with their heads down, and after 7 nights used to live upon air. In this wise, passing 700 years, they repaired bodily unto heaven. By virtue of their asceticism, this asylum is walled by trees and incapable of being conquered even by Indra, the celestials, and the Asuras. Birds or other wild animals do not enter this asylum, whoever entereth this by mistake never returneth. There is audible, O Raghava, the sound of the dressing of Apsaras. Their sweet-winged accents and that of their music and drums, and herein pervadeth the celestial fragrance. Here burneth the fire trita, and the smoke and cloud sabled like unto the wings of a pigeon envelope the tops of the trees. And there appear the trees, having their tops saturated with smoke and cloaked with clouds, like unto so many Baduria hills. Do thou, O Raghava, O virtuous-souled one, make obeisance unto them along with thy brother Lakshmana, with concentrated heart and folded palms. There resteth no sin in their persons, O Rama, who bow unto those self-controlled saints. Thereupon Rama, along with his younger brother Lakshmana, made obeisance unto those high-souled ones. And having paid homage unto the sacred memory of those great ones, the virtuous-souled Rama, his younger brother Lakshmana, Sugriva, and other monkeys, proceeded with delighted hearts. And wending a distant way from that hermitage of the 7 great ones, they beheld Kishkindha, hard to conquer and occupied by valley. Thereupon, Rama, his younger brother, and the monkeys, taking their weapons, entered, to encompass the destruction of their enemies, the city of Kishkindha, reared by the prowess of Indra's son. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 14. They all, repairing quickly unto Kishkindha, Vala's capital, stood waiting in the dense forest, hiding themselves behind the trees. Casting his looks all around in the forest, Sugriva, having a huge neck and fond of woods, became exceedingly enraged. Setting up a terrible uproar and rending the sky with his cry, Sugriva, encircled by his kinsmen, invited Vali to battle. Thereupon, roaring like unto a huge cloud, preceded by a mighty wind, Sugriva, gifted with leonine motion, and resembling the newly risen sun, finding Rama expert in business, spake unto him, saying, Thou hast readied Kishkindha, Vala's capital, adorned with gold, filled with pennons and instruments, and surrounded by monkeys. Do thou make good thy promise, O hero, thou hadst made before to encompass the destruction of Valley like unto the season making the creepers filled with fruits. Being thus accosted by Sugriva, the virtuous-souled Raghava, the slayer of foes, addressed him with the following words, uprooting the Gaja creeper, Lakshmana, hath placed it around thy neck as an emblem, to distinguish thee. Thou dost appear more beautiful, O hero, with this creeper around thy neck like unto the sun on the sky and garlanded by the stars. I shall, O monkey, by the discharge of one shaft in the conflict, destroy thy fear and enmity proceeding from Valley. Do thou show me, O Sugriva, thy enemy, in the guise of a brother. Wounded by my shaft, Valley shall roll in the dust in the forest. And if regaining his life he comes in thy view, do thou leave this field, showering abuses upon me. Thou didst behold 7 talas riven by a single shaft of mine, and did thou therefore consider Valley destroyed today by my prowess in the conflict? Though fallen in distress before, I never spoke an untruth, being always guided by an inclination to acquire virtue. Like unto the deity of 100 sacrifices causing the rice fields bring forth their fruits by means of profuse showers, I shall fulfill my promise by dint of my prowess. Do thou therefore renounce all doubts about it. Do thou call Valley, wearing a golden garland. Do thou make such a sound, O Sugriva, as may bring out that monkey chief from his city. He hath subdued his breath, is proud of victory and fond of warfare, thou couldst not repress him before. Forsooth that Valley shall come out, leaving the company of his wives. Hearing the war cry of his enemy, he shall never put up with it, specially, as he boasteth of his prowess before his wives. Hearing Rama's words, Sugriva, having a gold-yellow hue, set up a terrible roar, as if riving the sky. Terrified by that sound, the kine, losing their countenance, do move hither and thither like unto damsels, oppressed on account of their king's neglecting to protect them. And the deer fly away like unto the horses defeated in a warfare. And the birds fall down on the earth, like unto planets, losing their purity. Thereupon, confiding in Rama's words, that son of Suraya, son, having his energy enhanced by means of his prowess resembling the ocean agitated by the wind, began to roar like unto cloud. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 15. While residing in the female apartment, Vali heard the uproar of that high-souled Sugriva, his wrathful brother. And hearing that mighty roar, shaking the whole world of creation, his pride was in no time crushed, and he attained an excess of ire. Thereupon, Vali, having a golden hue, greatly exercised with wrath, instantly lost the effulgence of his person like unto the sun possessed by Rahu. And looking terrible by his teeth, and having eyes resembling burning fire in consequence of ire, he appeared like unto a pond, having the lotuses thereof uprooted with their stalks and fibers. And hearing that unbearable sound, the monkey issued out speedily, as if riving the earth with his footmarks. Embracing him warmly and showing her affection, Tara, afraid and mortified, addressed him with the following words, presaging his future welfare: "Do thou renounce, O hero, this thy ire, coming like the course of a river, like unto one, leaving aside the garland, which he used in the night, after rising from bed. O monkey chief, do thou engage with him in conflict, tomorrow. O hero, thy enemy is very insignificant, and hence there will be no deterioration on thy part. Thy hastily issuing out doth not please me. Do thou hear why I do prevent thee? Formerly this Sugriva invited thee angrily to battle, and being defeated and wounded by thee fled away. That one, who had been defeated and harassed by thee formerly, is now calling thee. Indeed it hath excited my fear. His pride, his energy, and his terrible uproar do indicate that there is nothing insignificant at the bottom. I do not think Sugriva has come here without any to assist him. Forsooth he hath taken shelter of some body, and securing which he hath been setting up such a terrible uproar. That monkey is clever by nature and gifted with intellect. And Sugriva shall not desire friendship with any one without having a test of his prowess. Hearken, O hero, I shall relate unto thee today the auspicious words I heard ere this from the Prince Kishkindha. He hath related unto me all about Sugriva, what be heard from Bis emissaries while journeying in the forest. The two heroic sons of the king of Ayodhya, Rama and Lakshmana, incapable of being defeated in a battle and born in the race of Ikshakas, have repaired unto woods. To accomplish Sugriva's welfare, those two heroes, hard to repress, have come here. He is the mainstay of thy brother in the battle. Rama hath sprung up like unto the fire of dissolution, and is the represser of enemies' prowess. He is the refuge of the saints and the prime shelter of the afflicted. He is the protector of those grinded by their enemies, and is the only possessor of fame. He is gifted with knowledge and intellect, and ever abideth by his sire's commandments. Like unto Himalaya, the king of mountains, containing diverse metals, he is the mine of various accomplishments. It doth not behove thee therefore to enter into conflict with that high-souled Rama, incomparable in prowess and hard to conquer in battle. Hearken, O hero, I desire to speak something more. I do not wish to excite thy wrath. Do thou instantly confer upon Sugriva the dignity of heir apparent to thy throne. O hero, O king, do not quarrel with thy younger brother. I do consider it thy welfare to contract friendship with Rama and regain Sugriva's affections, renouncing all thy inimical feelings. This thy younger brother, even when remaining at a distance, should always be maintained by thee. Whether by thee, or at a distance, he is always thy best friend. I do not find his equal on earth. By conferring on him gifts and honors do thou receive him back. And do thou renounce thy enmity and let him sit by thee. Methinks that large-necked Sugriva is thy best friend. There is no other resource for thee than to secure thy brother's friendship. If thou dost wish to go by my desire, if thou dost regard me as thy well-wisher, do thou perform what I do request thee for thy welfare. Be pleased and hear my beneficial words. It doth not behove thee to yield to the influence of ire. Thy conflict with that son of the king of Kakula, gifted with the prowess of Sakra, will not conduce to thy welfare. Thereupon Tara spoke unto Vali these suitable and well-meaning words, but they did not satisfy him, possessed by Kala, as he was, on the eve of his destruction. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 16. After Tara, having a moonlike countenance, had spoken thus, Valley remonstrated with her and said, O thou of exquisite loveliness, my brother, and specially my enemy, is roaring lowly and haughtily, and how shall I put up with it? O timid damsel, heroes, who have never been defeated and have never fled away from the battlefield, had rather meet with death than put up with this ignominy. I am incapable of bearing this proud uproar of Sugriva, having a defective neck and desirous of entering into conflict with me. Fearing danger from Ragva, thou needst not entertain any anxiety on my account. Why shall that virtuous-souled and grateful Rama perpetrate iniquity? Do thou therefore return with my other wives. Why do thou follow me again? Thou hast already shown thy friendship and respect for me. I shall repairing thither, only fight with Sugriva. I shall crush down his pride and not destroy him. I shall deal with him mercifully in the battle as thou dost wish, and being struck with fists and trees he shall fly away. Forsooth, that vicious-souled one shall not be able to withstand my pride and proficient skill in warfare. O Tara, thou hast already displayed thy attachment unto me by giving me good counsels. By my life, do thou go back with the other members of my household. I shall only return after bringing about the discomfiture of my brother in the battle. Thereupon, Tara, dexterous and of sweet accents, embracing Valley, went round him, with tears trickling from her eyes. And having performed Sastayana, or the ceremony of benediction, that one gifted with a knowledge of mantras, and desirous of Vala's success, went, overwhelmed with grief, to the inner apartment in the company of other females. After Tara had departed to her own quarters with her female companions, he issued out of the city sighing like an enraged serpent. And the quick-paced Valley, exceedingly wroth, sighing, cast his looks around with a view to behold his enemy. And that highly effulgent one espied Sugriva, having a golden yellow hue, tightly clothed, standing firm on the earth and shining like unto burning gold. And beholding Sugriva stationed thus, the greatly enraged Valley, of mighty arms, put on his clothes tightly well. Highly powerful and closely habited, he, clenching his fists, proceeded towards Sugriva, and waited for the action. Sugriva too, clenching his fist and exceedingly wroth, proceeded towards Valley, wearing a golden garland. And beholding Sugriva, adept in warfare, having his eyes reddened with ire, advanced quickly, Valley spake, Behold, I have clenched this terrible fist, arranging close my fingers, and one blow from me will take away thy life. Being accosted thus by Valley, Sugriva, exercised with wrath, spake unto him, saying, This my fist shall strike thee on thy head, taking away thy life. Thereupon being struck by Valley, waxing wroth and approaching him quickly, he began to vomit out gore like unto a mountain having springs. And Valley too was struck down by Sugriva, fearlessly taking up a sala tree, like unto a mountain clapped by a thunderbolt. Being thus smitten by the tree and overwhelmed with the strike of Sala, he was troubled like unto a heavily laden boat in the midst of an ocean. And these, two brothers, gifted with mighty strength and prowess and motion of Suparna, and having huge persons, fought with each other like unto the sun and moon on the sky. They were inimical to each other and intent on finding their mutual dark sides. And Valley, gifted with strength and prowess, fared better in the conflict, and that highly powerful son of Sun, Sugriva, was worsted. And having his pride crushed down by Valley and strength greatly reduced, Sugriva in anger pointed him out unto Rama. Thereupon there took place a mighty conflict between them like unto Vitra and Vasva by means of trees, with branches, hills, nails, hard as thunderbolts, fists, knees, legs, and arms. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 17. Thereupon Valley, adept in warfare, wounded by Rama's shaft, fell down to the ground like unto a felled tree. Ornamented with burning gold, he stretched the whole length of his person on the ground like unto the banner of the Lord of Celestials, loosened and thrown off the chariot. That Lord of Monkeys being level to the ground, his kingdom appeared like unto the sky, shorn of the moon. Though struck down to the earth, neither vitality, effulgence, nor prowess did renounce the body of that high-souled one. That excellent gold and jewel-crested garland conferred on him by Sakram maintained the vitality, effulgence, and prowess of that lord of monkeys. Being adorned with that golden garland, that heroic lord of monkey herds appeared like unto an evening cloud. Though fell to the ground, his beauty appeared as if divided into three, namely, his garland, his body, and the shaft piercing his heart. The arrow thrown off Rama's bow pointing out unto him the way to the celestial region became an excellent means to that hero. Beholding the broad-chested and mighty-armed Vali, Mahendra's son, wearing a golden garland and having a flaming countenance and yellow eyes, thus struck down to the earth, resembling a flameless fire in the field of battle, like unto Yayati, slipped from the abode of the celestials on the wane of his piety, like unto a tree falling down to the earth at the time of dissolution, hard to repress as Mahendra himself, and capable to withstand like Upendra, Rama, followed by Lakshmana, approached and beheld him. And paying respects unto that hero falling on the earth like unto a flameless fire, and eyeing him again and again, those two highly powerful brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, neared him. And beholding that highly powerful Raghava and Lakshmana, Vali addressed them with the following bold and pious words. And thereupon Vali, of mitigated prowess, waning vitality, motionless and stretched on the ground, spoke unto Rama, proud of warfare, saying these pregnant words, What merit hast thou reaped by destroying me, who was not engaged in fight with thee? I was exercised with ire, being engaged in conflict with another person, and for thee I have met with destruction. People speak highly of thee, O Rama, on this earth, describing thee as coming of a high family, gifted with manliness and prowess, ever engaged in the welfare of thy subjects, compassionate, energetic, of firm resolution and knowing time. Punishment, control of passions, forgiveness, piety, firmness, truth, prowess, and suppression of the wicked, these all are the royal virtues. And knowing thy high pedigree, and all these thy accomplishments, I approached Sugriva with a hostile intention, albeit prevented by terror. Before I saw thee I had thought within myself, forsooth Rama shall not destroy me, engaged as I am with another person, and hence not prepared to fight with him. I do now know thee as one who hath spoliated his soul through impious actions, feigning religion while in truth an irreligious person, resorting to all vicious deeds, like unto a well crusted with grass, unrighteous while passing under the cloak of honesty and religion like unto a hidden fire. I have not done thee any wrong either in thy kingdom or in thy city, nor have I passed by thee. Why hast thou then destroyed me, who am a monkey ranging always in the woods, living on fruits and roots, and who have come here to fight with anther person? It appears that thou art of a kingly father and of a graceful countenance. And, O king, there are marks of piety on thy person. Who, born in the race of Kshatriyas, versed in religious lore, having his doubts removed and marks of piety on his person, perpetrates such an iniquitous deed? Thou art born in the family of Raghus and known all over the world as being pious. Being clothed in righteousness, why dost thou commit such an unrighteous act? Chastisement, charity, forgiveness, piety, truthfulness, firmness, prowess, and the punishment of the iniquitous are the virtues of a king, O prince. We are, O Rama, wild beasts ranging in the forest and living on roots and fruits. Our nature is such. But thou art a man, O king. Land, gold, and silver are the causes of dissension. But who is there who is avaricious enough to get by our forest habitations and fruits? The royal virtue consists in humbly and freely administering discipline, favor, and punishment. Kings by no means should follow their whims. But thou art angry and unsteady by nature, capricious, perfectly narrow-minded in the discharge of thy royal duties, and dost use thy bow and shafts anywhere and every time. Thou hast no attachment for virtue, no comprehension of right things, and art always guided by thy passions, albeit thou art a lord of men. O Kakutstha, destroying me sinless, with thy shaft and perpetrating such a disgraceful act, how shalt thou relate it unto the pious? Those who commit treason, destroy Brahmins and kine, who are thieves and always engaged in the destruction of animals, and who are atheists and marry before their elder brothers are married, do all go to hell. The villainous, the avaricious, those who kill their friends and elope with their preceptors' wives, do always visit the land of the vicious. And there is not the least doubt about it. My skin is NPT worthy of thy touch, and my bones and hairs should always be avoided by the virtuous. And my flesh is not worthy of being eaten by persons of thy piety. A hedgehog, a porcupine, an iguana, a hare, and a tortoise, these 5 animals only, having 5 toes, are worthy of being eaten by the Kshatriyas and Brahmins, O Ragva. The wise, O Arpaundma, do not touch my skin and bones, and my flesh is not worthy of being taken. I am that monkey, having 5 toes, who have been killed by thee. Alas! Disregarding the well-meaning and truthful words of Tara, I have placed myself under the control of Kala, death. O Kakusta, the earth hath got thee as her husband, like unto a good-natured damsel being wedded to a husband who hath forsaken his own religion. How art thou, who art wicked, narrow-minded, a liar, and ever intent upon bringing about others' misfortune, born of the loins of the high-souled Dasaratha? I have been killed by an elephant, Rama, disregarding the virtue of the pious, breaking the cord of character, and neglecting the goad of religion. Perpetrating this inauspicious and improper act, blamed of the worthy, what shalt thou speak unto the pious when thou shalt return in their company? The prowess thou hast displayed towards me, careless, O Rama, thou dost never employ for the suppression of the iniquitous. O son of a king, hadst thou fought with me openly, thou wouldst have, forsooth, seen the abode of death being killed by me. O Rama, like unto a serpent destroying persons asleep, thou, that art under the control of vice, hast killed me, who am hard to repress, keeping thyself out of my sight in the battle. I have been killed by thee, desirous of encompassing Sugriva's well-being. Hadst thou apprised me of thy object before, I would have got thee mightily in the course of a day, and brought, by the neck, that vicious-souled Rakshasa, Ravana, the ravisher of thy spouse, without putting an end to his life in the battle. Whether in the deep ocean or in the region under the earth, I shall bring thy mightily like unto an Ashiatari. It is perfectly proper that Sugriva shall inherit my kingdom on my ascension to heaven. And it is equally improper that I have been viciously killed by thee in the battle. Every one in time meets with death, and hence there is nothing to be sorry for me. But do thou think of a proper reply thou shalt give to the people, when asked about the cause of my destruction. Having said this, that high-souled son of Monkey Chief, greatly distressed, being wounded by Rama's shaft and having his countenance dried up, became silent, fixing his look upon Rama, resembling the sun. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 18. And thus Rama was addressed by Valley, wounded and senseless, with those modest, pious, and auspicious words. And being thus reproached, he spoke unto that excellent lord of monkeys, gifted with virtue and other accomplishments, resembling the sun shorn of its luster, a cloud which has already discharged its waters and fire extinguished, not cognizant of virtue, knowledge, passion, and custom. Why dost thou blame me like a child? Why dost thou purpose to address me thus out of fickleness, consequent upon thy monkeyhood, not asking thy wise elders recognized by the preceptors? This land, abounding in hills and woods, belongs to the Ixwakus. Along with it was conferred on them the power of administering favor and chastisement unto beasts, birds, and human beings. The upright, virtuous, and truthful King Bharata, cognizant of virtue, knowledge, and passion, and ever engaged in administering favor and punishment, governs this kingdom. That king is said to be cognizant of time and place, in him dwelleth modesty, truthfulness, prowess, and a love for discipline. Ourselves and other kings, being commanded by him to practice piety, have been journeying in this wide world desirous of multiplying virtue. That foremost of monarchs, Bharata, lover of virtue, governing this entire earth, who dares perpetrate an iniquity. Stationed in the excellent virtue of our own, and placing Bharata's commandments on our heads, we shall consider how we shall punish them who go astray from the path of virtue. Thou hast oppressed virtue and perpetrated a gross iniquity. Thou hast placed thyself under the control of thy passions and deviated from the track of royal duties. The elder brother, father, and the instructor, These three should always be regarded in the light of a father if they tread the paths of virtue and morality. A younger brother, a son, and an accomplished follower should always be regarded as sons. And virtue is always at the bottom of all such considerations. O monkey, the religion of the good is indeed very subtle and can comprehend great things. The immortal soul can understand what is good or bad. Fickle as thou art, how canst thou comprehend what is proper, consulting with thy monkey companions who are equally stupid and light-hearted, like unto one, born blind, leading with another such? I do fairly speak unto thee that it is not anger only that has led me to bring about thy destruction. Do thou consider why I have killed thee. Thou hast ravished thy brother's wife, renouncing that ever-existing virtue. Thou, the perpetrator of many evil deeds, hast got by Rama, the wife of thy brother, the high-souled Sugriva. O monkey, thou hast thus violated the path of virtue. And thus I have punished thee who hast ravished thy elder brother's spouse. O thou, the leader of monkey herds, I find no other alternative than to punish him who acts against humanity and violates the sacred sanctions of custom. I am a kshatriya coming of a high pedigree. I cannot put up with thy immoral conduct. Shastras sanction the destruction of one who under the influence of passion ravishes his own daughter, sister, and younger brother's wife. This is Bharata's commandment, the Lord of earth, and we have been satisfying his orders. Thou hast disregarded virtue. A wise man, living in virtue, cannot let go one who hath passed by the sanctions of morality. Bharata hath sanctioned the destruction of the amorous, and we, O Lord of monkeys, following his orders, though proper, to encompass the destruction of one like thee who hath spoliated virtue and morality. Like unto Lakshmana, I have contracted friendship with Sugriva. And with a view to regain his wife and kingdom, he resolved to engage in my well-being. I too also promised the same before the monkeys. And how can a man of my position neglect to make good his promise? For these causes of very great moment, favored by virtue, I have administered unto thee this condign punishment. Do thou now approve it? Thy discomfiture is quite of a piece with the sanctions of morality, and to assist friends is one of the codes of religion. Here, Manu hath composed a couple of couplets tending to the purification of character and highly prized by the virtuous as well as myself. Those who, perpetrating iniquity, bear with fortitude the punishment inflicted by their sovereign get at the abode of the celestials, being purified like unto the pious. People are freed from their sins when they, confessing their crimes, are either punished or forgiven. But the monarch who doth not punish the perpetrator of an evil deed is visited by a mighty sin. Formerly an iniquity, like one perpetrated by thee, was committed by a devotee who was punished severely by my forefather Manmatha. And other lords of earth punish in the same way the authors of misdeeds. What more, the perpetrators of crime themselves undergo penances and are thus released from their sins. Therefore do not repent any more, O best of monkeys. The punishment I have inflicted on thee is in consonance with the sanctions of morality. We are not our own masters. Hearken, O best of monkeys, there is another argument for thy destruction, and hearing which, O great hero, it behoveth thee to renounce thy ire. Many persons living on flesh, either lying in ambush, or openly catch and pierce by means of net, noose, and trap, many a deer, terrified and trusted, taking to their heels or quarreling with their companions, careful or careless. They are not to blame in this, and I do not cherish, O best of monkeys, any mortification or ire for this. And even many royal ascetics, versed in religious lore, go a-hunting, and hence thou hast been killed by me with a shaft, O monkey, in the conflict. And I am justified in killing thee, whether thou dost fight or not, since thou art a monkey. There is no doubt, O best of monkeys, that the monarchs confer life and piety auspicious and hard to attain. It doth not therefore behove any one to injure them, to blame them, and to use improper words by them, since they are the celestials ranging on this earth under the semblance of man. Not knowing virtue and growing angry, why dost thou blame me who am following the religion of my forefathers? Being thus accosted by Rama, Vali, greatly mortified and informed of the principle of religion, observed no delinquency in Ragva. Thereupon that lord of monkeys spake unto Rama, with folded hands, saying, There is not the least doubt, O best of men, in all that thou hast said. An inferior person can by no means address his superior improperly. It doth not behove thee, O Ragva, therefore to blame me for those unpleasant words which I used towards thee, out of foolishness. Thou hast acquired a practical mastery over the principles of religion and art ever engaged in the welfare of thy subjects. Thy eternal power of ascertaining the crime and meeting its condign punishment is perfectly clear. Do thou know me as the foremost of sinners and one who hath deviated from the track of morality? Do thou conduct me, with pious words, to a better land. Vali, having his throat choked with vapor, addressed again and again Rama, with piteous accents, saying, I do not mourn so much for me, Tara, or other friends as for my son Ingatha, eldest and wearing a golden Ingatha. Brought up by me from his very infancy, he shall by my separation wear away like unto a pond having its liquid contents drunk up by an elephant. He is my only son, dear and born of Tara. A mere child and of unripe understanding as he is, that one of mighty strength should always be protected by thee, O Rama. Do thou regard favorably Sugriva and Ingatha. Thou art their protector, and chastiser punishing them for their sins. O King, O Lord of men, it behoveth thee to regard Sugriva and Ingatha in the same light in which thou regardest Bharata and Lakshmana. It behoveth thee to so arrange as Sugriva may not disregard that chaste Tara who is blamable for my folly only. He, who is favored by thee, abideth by thy commandments and acteth after thy heart, can acquire kingdom, attain to heaven, and govern the earth. Desiring to have my destruction brought about by thee, I entered into conflict with my brother Sugriva, albeit prevented by Tara. Having addressed Rama thus, the lord of monkeys stopped. Thereupon Rama consoled Vali, of clear understanding, with the following moral words, acceptable unto the saints. O best of monkeys, do thou not consider ourselves as well as thyself blamable? We are more conversant than thou with the principles of religion. They never lose their virtue, being proficient in the mode of asserting crime and punishing it, one administering punishment unto the criminal and the criminal receiving it. And therefore receiving punishment from me, thou hast been released from thy sins and acquired a knowledge of religion. Do thou therefore renounce thy grief, thy illusion, and the fear that is lurking in thy heart. It is impossible for thee, O foremost of monkeys, to withstand the course of dispensation. There is not the least doubt, O Lord of monkeys, that Ingatha shall be brought up by me and Sugriva in the same way as he was by thee. Hearing these sweet, collected and pious words of the high-souled Rama, the represser of the enemies in a battle, the monkey again addressed him with the following pregnant words, O Lord, O thou having Mahendra's prowess, I do propitiate thee for my having insulted thee with improper words, senseless as I was being wounded by shafts. Do thou forgive me, O Lord of monkeys. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 19. Being thus accosted with reasonable words, that lord of monkeys, lying on the ground and wounded with shafts, gave no reply. Having his limbs dissevered by stones, being struck with trees and wounded by Rama's shaft, he became senseless at the approach of death. His spouse Tara heard that Vali, the foremost of monkeys, had been killed in the conflict by Rama's shaft. Hearing the heartrending news of her husband's demise, she, big with a child, issued out of the mountain cave with a troubled heart. And beholding Rama with a bow in his hand, the mighty monkeys, followers of Ingatha, fled away, terrified. Thereupon Tara observed those monkeys flying away terrified like unto deer alienated from their herd, having lost their king. And the chaste lady, racked with sorrow, spoke unto those monkeys, afraid of Rama, wounded with shafts and exercised with grief, saying, O monkeys, why are ye dying away, terrified and distressed, leaving behind that foremost of kings before whom ye were used to fight? Hath Vali been killed by Rama, waiting at a distance with fleet and distant coursing shafts, being requested by Sugriva for kingdom? Hearing the words of that wife of the monkey, they, wearing shapes at will, addressed that damsel with words, worthy of being said on that occasion, O thou, having thy son alive, do thou go back and bring up thy son Kishkindha. Death himself, under Rama's semblance, hath snatched away valley. He was killed by Rama's shafts, resembling thunderbolts, as if clapped by thunder itself, having bored trees and big stones, hurled by valley. That king of monkeys, having Sakra's prowess, being made away with, this host of monkeys have been taking to their heels, being overwhelmed with consternation. Let the heroes defend the city and install Kishkindha on the throne. And on his being installed the monkeys shall serve Vala's son. O thou having a fine countenance, the monkeys shall enter this stronghold, although it is a favored place with thee. Herein dwell many forest rangers, wifeless and having wives. And we are really afraid of them, avaricious, and formerly deprived of their wealth by us. Hearing those words of the monkeys, lying at a little distance, that lady, smiling sweet, spoke unto them, words worthy of herself, that great lord of monkeys, my husband, being dead, what shall I do with my son, my kingdom, and myself? I shall place myself at the feet of that high-souled one, who hath been killed by Rama's shaft. Having said this, Tara proceeded, overwhelmed with grief, weeping and striking her bead with her hands. While proceeding, she espied her husband lying on the ground like unto the destroyer of the lords of monkeys who have never been discomfited in a battlefield, hurling mountains like unto Vasva hurling thunderbolts, emitting a roar like unto a big cloud assisted by a mighty wind, resembling Sakra in prowess and like unto a cloud accompanied by rain, the repressor of repressors, a mighty hero discomfited by an equally powerful one, like unto a lion killed by a tiger for flesh, worshipped of all mem, like unto a cheetah, adorned with pennons and altars, scattered and broken by Garuda with a view to kill serpents. And she espied Rama reclining his person on a mighty bough, his younger brother and her husband's younger brother. Passing them by and getting at her husband and beholding him killed in battle, she, losing her senses, fell down to the ground. And thereupon rising again like one asleep, she, beholding her husband engarlanded by death, cried aloud, exclaiming, O son of worshipful sire! And beholding terror like unto a she-elephant and Kishkindha, bewailing in this wise, Sugriva attained to an excess of grief. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 20. Beholding her husband lying dead on the ground with the life-destroying shafts of Rama, Tara, having a moon-like countenance, approaching, embraced him. And seeing him slain with shafts like unto an elephant, resembling a lord of mountains and an uprooted tree, Tara, racked with grief, began to bewail, O hero, O foremost of monkeys, O powerful one, O thou terrible in warfare, why dost thou not welcome me today who am guilty of some iniquity by thee? Rise, O best of monkeys, and lie down on a better bed, monarchs do not stretch themselves on earth. O Lord of earth, indeed earth is thy favorite wife, since renouncing me, thou, though dead, art serving her with thy body. Evident it is, O hero, that while engaged in a lawful conflict, thou hadst created another city of Kishkindha in the region of the celestials. All thy enjoyments with me in nectar-smelling woods have been brought to a close. Thou, the lord of monkey herds, being slain, I am deprived of joy and hope and am sunk in the abyss of grief. Forsooth, my heart is uncommon hard, since beholding thee on the ground it hath not been sundered into 1,000 pieces, being overwhelmed with grief. Sugriva's wife was carried away and banished by thee, and this is the result of thy action, O foremost of monkeys. O Lord of monkeys, out of thy ignorance thou didst neglect all my well-meaning words which I said, being intent on thy welfare and benefit. O worshipful one, thou shalt captivate today the hearts of the dexterous Apsaras, proud of their youth and beauty. Forsooth, thou hast been by force brought under the control of Kala, since thou hast been discomfited by Sugriva, albeit thou art above the control of others. Destroying valley unseasonably, while engaged in conflict with another person, and perpetrating such an iniquitous deed, Kishkindha doth never relent. And used to miseries before, how shall I, being an object commiseration, put up like one helpless, with my widowhood and grief? How shall the heroic and youthful Kishkindha, brought up in luxury and happiness, be regarded by his uncle, senseless with wrath? Do thou cast for good, O my son, thy looks towards thy pious sire, for since now it will be hard for thee to see him again. Do thou counsel thy son, favor me with orders, smell his head, as thou art going to journey in a foreign land. By destroying thee, Rama hath performed a great action, since by this he hath been released from his vow unto Sugriva. O Sugriva, do thou gain thy ends and get back thy Rama, devoid of anxiety do thou govern thy kingdom, thy enemy, thy brother hath been slain. O Lord of monkeys, why dost thou not welcome me, thy beloved spouse, who am bewailing thus? Behold, thy other wives are also mourning in the same wise. Hearing the bewailings of that she-monkey, others, taking Kishkindha, distressed and overwhelmed with grief, began to cry piteously, O hero, having Kishkindha on thy arms, why art thou proceeding on a journey for good in a foreign land, leaving behind thy son, Kishkindha? It doth not behove thee to leave aside thy dear son, gifted with diverse accomplishments and wearing a charming and beautiful cloth. O thou of long arms, O Lord of monkeys, if I have offended thee in any way, do thou forgive me, after ascertaining my crime. O hero, I touch thy feet with my head. Bewailing thus piteously with other she-monkeys, Tara, having a blameless countenance, stationing herself where Valley was, resolved to put an end to her being by fastings. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 21. Thereupon beholding Tara fallen, on the ground, like unto a star dropped down from the sky, Hanuman, the lord of monkey herds, consoled her again and again. Animals, unagitated, attain to happiness or misery, as an outcome of their actions performed, in their previous existence, by merits or demerits. Why dost thou mourn for others, thyself being an object of mourning? Why dost thou feel commiseration for the poor, thyself being poorly? In this body like unto a Babel, who is there who mourneth for another? It behoveth thee now, O thou having thy son alive, to look after Prince Kishkindha and think of those duties which remain to be executed by thee, after the demise of Valley. Do thou know that life and death of the animals is very unsettled? It is therefore proper to perform what tends to the welfare of afterlife. It doth not behove thee, O learned damsel, to mourn like others. He even, who, while living, was surrounded by thousands of monkeys cherishing hopes, hath met his destined end. This hero discharged his royal duties in consonance with the sanctions of morality and was gifted with various kingly accomplishments such as conciliation, charity, and forgiveness. He hath attained to the land of kings, and it becometh thee not to mourn for him. O blameless damsel, all these foremost of monkeys, this thy son Kishkindha, this kingdom of the monkey chief, do belong to thee. Do thou soon dispatch, O passionate lady, these two, Kishkindha and Sugriva, exercised with grief as they are, for the performance of Vala's funeral rites. And abiding by thy commandments, let Kishkindha govern the earth. Let Kishkindha perform all those ceremonies, which should be gone through by sons according to the sastras, and which are for the well-being of the king. This is the time for the performances of those funeral rites. Performing the funeral ceremonies of the Lord of Monkeys do thou install Kishkindha. And beholding thy son thus established on the throne, thou shalt be able to pacify thy grief? Hearing those words of Hanuman, Tara, racked with grief consequent upon the loss of her lord, bespake him who was standing there, I would rather die with this hero who hath been slain than have 100 sons like Kishkindha. I cannot myself govern this kingdom, nor can I confer it upon Kishkindha. Such duty devolves upon his, Kishkindha's, uncle Sugriva now. O Hanuman, do thou not consider that I shall confer this kingdom upon Kishkindha, O best of monkeys, father is son's friend, in this respect, not mother. There is no other resource for me tending to my welfare both in this world and the next than taking refuge unto this Lord of Monkeys. It is becoming for me to serve this bed which hath been resorted to by the hero, slain, and lying before me. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 22. Valley, ranging on the verge of death, casting his looks around and sighing faintly, espied his younger brother Sugriva before him. Welcoming that lord of monkeys with clear accents, Valley addressed him affectionately, saying, "O Sugriva, do thou not take to thy heart the improper conduct I have shown towards thee, being attracted by inevitable foolishness, subject as I was to sin. Methinks, O brother, it is not our fortune to enjoy at the same time the double bliss of fraternal affection and the enjoyment of kingdom, or else why has it happened otherwise? Do thou acquire today this kingdom of the forest ranges, and know me as one who hath departed to the abode of death. Soon shall I renounce my life, kingdom, my exquisite grace, and my blameless fame. It behoveth thee, O hero, O king, to perform what I shall speak unto thee in this plight, however difficult it might be. Do thou behold Kanda fallen on the ground with tears in his eyes, a little boy, incapable, brought up in luxury and deserving happiness. Do thou maintain this my son, dearer than my life, like unto thy own son, born of thy loins, satisfying all his wants in my absence. O best of monkeys, like unto me, thou art his father, protector, conferrer of gifts and remover of fear. This graceful son of Terra equals thee in prowess, and shall precede thee in the destruction of Rakshasas. This youthful Kanda, Terra's son, gifted with energy and strength, shall perform befitting exploits, displaying his prowess in the battle. Shurasen's daughter is wonderfully expert in ascertaining subtle things and giving counsels in the time of danger. Do thou, without the least doubt, perform what shall the chaste lady instruct thee to do, for Terra's advice never goes without effect. It behoveth thee to perform Raghava's service fearlessly, or else thou shalt be visited with sin, on his being insulted thou shalt be injured. O Sugriva, do thou put on this celestial golden garland, herein dwelleth the bounteous Shri, who shall renounce me after my death." Having been accosted thus by Valley, out of fraternal affection, Sugriva, renouncing joy again, became pale like unto the moon possessed by Rahu. Renouncing his inimical feelings, being thus addressed by Valley and carrying out his words energetically, Sugriva accepted the golden garland as ordered by him. And conferring upon Sugriva that golden garland, and beholding his son before him, Valley, resolved upon death, spake unto Kanda, saying, "Do thou place thyself now under the control of Sugriva, ascertaining time and place, putting up with misery for thy welfare and injury. O thou having long arms, Sugriva shall not regard thee much, if dost thou remain in the same wise in which thou hadst been brought up by me before. O slayer of foes, do thou never mix with Sugriva's enemies, and place thyself always under Sugriva's control, having subdued thy senses, and being intent upon thy master's, Sugriva's, welfare. Do thou not cultivate too much of friendship, nor be wanting in it, for both of these extremes are sources of disasters. Do thou therefore follow the golden mean." After he had said this, his eyes became expanded, his teeth were opened, and his appearance became ghastly. And greatly pained by shafts, he breathed his last. And thereupon, the monkeys, the foremost of those who go jumping, having lost their chief, bewailed and cried. On that monkey chief's departure to the land of celestials, Kishkindha was divested of her lord, and gardens, hills, and woods were all rendered lonely. That best of monkeys, who fought a dreadful battle with the high-souled Gandharvas, being dead, all other monkeys became of pale countenance. Valley entered into a terrible conflict with the mighty-armed Galava, and fought for 10 years and 4 nights and days without respite. And on the 16th year, Galava was killed. Bringing about the destruction of that wicked Gandharva, Valley, having terrible teeth, saved us all from fear. How hath he been killed today? Like unto kine, and capable of enjoying peace in a mighty forest filled with lions, their chief being dead, these forest rangers could not attain to felicity on the demise of that lord of monkeys. Thereupon, Terra, sunk in the gulf of disaster, eyeing the countenance of her deceased lord, fell down to the ground, embracing Valley like unto a creeper clinging for its support to a mighty but broken tree. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 23. Thereupon, smelling the face of that lord of monkeys, Terra again addressed her deceased lord, known all over the world, saying, "O hero, disregarding my words, thou art lying on the uneven earth, hard and filled with gravels. O Lord of monkeys, the earth is dearer unto thee than I, since thou art lying there embracing her, and art not welcoming me. O hero, O dear, O brave Lord, wonder it is that God under the semblance of Rama hath placed himself under the control of Sugriva, hitherto he shall be regarded as a hero. Why art thou not awake, hearing the bewailings of bears and monkeys who used to wait upon thee, powerful, as well as that of Angatha and myself? Alas! Thou art lying on this bed of the heroes, being slain in the battle, where formerly thy enemies destroyed by thee used to lie down. Thou born of a pure family, O thou that art fond of warfare, O my dear, O conferrer of honors, whither hast thou departed making me husbandless? Let not the wise, henceforth, confer their daughters upon the heroes. Alas! Behold me, the wife of a hero, made a widow in no time. Shattered is my honor and destroyed is my happiness, and I am sunk in the deep abyss of grief. Forsooth, this my firm heart is not sundered into 100 pieces, beholding my husband slain. Thou art my friend, my dear husband and a great hero, and thou hast met with destruction, being struck by another man. A husbandless woman is always styled by the wise as widow, although she might have a son and enough of riches. O hero, thou art lying down in a pool of blood issuing out of thy own person, like unto thy own bed having a red-dyed bedsheet. Thy body is on all sides besmeared with blood and dust, and I am incapable of embracing thee with my arms, O best of monkeys. Surely hath Sugriva satisfied his hostile intention today, whose fear hath been removed by one shaft, discharged by Rama. Thyself departing to the land of the dead, I have been eyeing thee simply, being prevented from touching thy person by the shaft piercing thy heart. Thereupon Nila took out that shaft from the person of Valley, like unto a flaming serpent lurking in a mountain cave. There beamed the shaft extracted from his body like unto the rays of the sun, stationed on the summit of the setting hill. And there poured forth from all his wounds streams of blood, like unto showers of melted copper and other metals falling from a mountain. And Tara washed, with tears, her heroic husband's body covered with dust and wounded with weapons. Beholding her husband thus slain and besmeared with blood, she spake unto her son, Angatha, having coppery eyes, saying, Behold this terrible declining stage of thy sire. Here is the end of his hostilities collected by his impious actions. O my son, do thou bow unto thy kingly father, the conferrer of honors, who hath departed to the abode of death, having a flaming person like unto the rising sun. Thus accosted, Angatha rose up and, saying, I do touch my sire's feet, embraced his father's feet with his plump arms. Thereupon Tara said, saying, Do thou live long, why dost thou not welcome Angatha, today as before, who hath bowed unto thee? I am with my son, standing by thee who art dead, like unto a cow with her calf, having the bull slain by a lion. How hast thou, without me, thy wife, bathed in the water of Rama's shafts, at the end of thy battle-like sacrifice? Why do I not behold here that favorite golden garland of thine, which was conferred on thee by the Lord of Celestials, pleased in a battle? Royal grace hath not renounced thee, O conferrer of honors, albeit thou art dead, like unto the rays not quitting the king of mountains, even after the sun is set. Thou didst not act by my wholesome words, nor could I prevent thee. And I am now destroyed with my son, along with thee in the battle. Truly hath Shri, goddess of wealth, renounced me. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 24. Beholding Tara emerged in a deep and mighty ocean of grief, Vala's younger brother was overwhelmed with penitence, and consequence of the unbecoming destruction of his brother. And seeing her countenance full of tears, the high-souled Sugriva, racked with grief and repentance, approached slowly Rama along with his followers. And nearing him, with a bow in his hand, having arrows like unto serpents, famed and having auspicious marks on his person, he spake unto Ragva, seated there, saying, O Lord of men, thou hast fulfilled thy promise by carrying it out into practice. And as for wretched me, O son of a king, I shall refrain today from all enjoyments. This queen lamenting piteously, these subjects and retinue bewailing, being overwhelmed with grief, this king being slain, how can kingdom please me? O Rama, out of anger and passion, and on account of my being insulted by him, I did formerly desire to bring about my brother's destruction. But that lord of monkey herds being slain, best of Ikshwakus, I am truly pierced to the quick with anguish. I do prefer living for good in the Mount Rishyamukha, earning my livelihood somehow or other, to the accession of heaven by destroying valley. This highly intellectual and high-souled one spake unto me, do thou range at large, I do not wish to destroy thee. Such words were really becoming of him, O Rama. And these words and this action become me, vile as I am. How can a brother, O Rama, however avaricious he might be, relish the destruction of his qualified brother, comparing the happiness of a kingdom with the grief consequent upon his brother's demise? He did not desire to slay me, lest his greatness might be spoiled, but alas! Through my wicked sense, I performed an iniquity by taking the life of my brother. Being struck by him with branches of trees, while I fled away and wept, he, consoling me, said only, do not do this again. He all along maintained his fraternal feelings, his honesty and piety, but, woe to me, I have displayed my wrath, passion, and monkeyhood. O friend, like unto the Lord of Celestials perpetrating sin by destroying Biswarupa, I have been, by bringing about the destruction of my brother, visited with this sin, beyond comprehension, avoidable, undesirable, and invisible. Indra's sin was shared by earth, water, trees, and women, but who is there who will bear and desire to participate this monkey's sin? Perpetrating such an improper and irreligious act, tending to the decay of my family, I do not deserve the respect of my subjects and the heir apparentship. What of kingdom, O Raghava? I am the perpetrator of a vile and disgraceful sin, blamed of all in this world. And like unto a current of rain going downwards, this mighty grief hath overcome me. This mighty and infuriated elephant of a sin, having the destruction of a brother as its body, repentance as its trunk, head, eyes, and tusks, hath been crushing me like unto the banks of a river. Alas! O best of kings, this unbearable sin hath been driving away all pious feelings from my heart like unto alloy leaking out of discolored gold when molten in fire, O Raghava. Methinks, for me, O Raghava, these mighty monkeys and Ingatha are almost half dead, with grief. A good-natured and obedient son is rare. Where is to be found Ingatha's equal? O hero, there is no such land where I may meet again my brother. The heroic Ingatha shall not live today, and if he lives, his mother shall live to bring him up. Forsooth, without her son, she shall not live long. Therefore shall I enter this flaming fire with a view to place myself on the same level with my brother and his son, and all these mighty monkeys shall engage in quest of Sita, abiding by thy commandments. O son of a king, they shall all carry out thy orders even in my absence. Do thou, therefore, order me to enter fire, who am the destroyer of my own race, have performed an iniquity and do not deserve living any more. Hearing the words of Vala's younger brother, who was bewailing thus, Rama, the heroic descendant of Raghu and the slayer of foes, remained stupefied for some time with tears in his eyes. In the meantime, Rama, patient like unto the protector of the world, worked with curiosity, looked again and again towards the bewailing Tara sunk in the gulf of disaster. Thereupon the principal counselors raised up the brave spouse of the Lord of Monkeys, having graceful eyes and lying o the earth, embracing her husband. And snatched away from her husband and trembling, she beheld Rama, with bow and arrows in his hand, burning like unto the sun by virtue of his own effulgence. And beholding him gifted with all royal marks, having beautiful eyes and never seen before, that one, having the eyes of a fawn, thought within herself, this great one must be Kishkindha. And the worshipful Tara, worked with grief, and overwhelmed with disasters, bewailing, neared quickly that high-souled one, resembling the Lord of Celestials and hard to approach. And having reached the pure-souled Rama, who had his ends fully attained in battle, the high-minded Tara, having her frame worked with grief, spake unto him, saying, Thou art immeasurable, hard to approach, highly pious, prudent, of controlled senses and increasing fame, forgiving like unto earth, and of blood-red eyes. Thou hast bow and arrows in hand, art highly powerful and of a tough body. And renouncing human grace that hast assumed the grace of a celestial person. Do thou slay me with that selfsame shaft with which my dear one was slain. And thus slain, O hero, I shall be near him, for valley I doth not relish the company of any other woman but me. O thou having eyes resembling clean lotus petals, this, hero, departing to the abode of celestials, and not beholding me there, shall not delight in the company of apsaras, wearing diversified garments and copper-colored coronets. Even in the land of celestials, O hero, valley shall turn pale with grief in my separation, like unto thee in the picturesque dale of the Lord of Mountains, separated from the daughter of the king of Videha. Thou knowest well that a handsome man is greatly afflicted with the separation of his spouse, and knowing this, do thou slay me, and valley shall not be tormented with grief consequent upon my absence. High-souled as thou art thinking that thou shalt, slaying me, be visited with a sin arising from the destruction of a female. But do thou kill me, O son of a king, knowing me as the soul of valley, and thou shalt not be responsible for destroying a woman. According to the Vedas and various other sacred texts, wives are inseparably blended with their husbands. And the wise say that there is no other gift better than that of a wife in this world. Thou shalt, O hero, confer me religiously upon my dear one, and by this gift thou shalt be saved from the sin consequent upon killing me. It doth not behove thee not to kill me, who am exercised with grief, without my lord, snatched away from him and reduced to such a pitiable plight. O Lord of men, I cannot live long without that highly intelligent Lord of monkeys, having an elephantine gait and wearing an excellent golden garland. Thus accosted, the high-souled Lord, consoling Tara, spake unto her the following well-meaning words: Do thou not lose thyself, O wife of a hero. This whole world of creation is being guided by God's dispensation. And by him is administered misery or happiness, as people say. These three worlds cannot neglect his dispensations, and are entirely subject to him. Thy son shall attain to the heir apparentship of the throne, and thou shalt enjoy excellent joy therefrom. This hath been decreed by the Almighty. Wives of heroes do never relent. Being thus consoled by the high-souled, Rama, gifted with prowess, and the slayer of foes, Tara, the wife of a heroic husband, and wearing a graceful garment, ceased bewailing. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 25. Thereupon, Kishkindha, with Lakshmana, equally aggrieved, said, consoling Sugriva and Tara together with Dutt, grief and lamentations do not tend to the welfare of the deceased. It therefore behoveth ye to perform the after ceremonies. Ye have satisfied the worldly practice with a profuse discharge of tears. It is not proper to delay the performance of appointed actions. Time is the prime cause in this world, and the source of the accomplishment of actions. And time it is that leads men to actions. No one is the lord of another person, and no one leads him to actions. People are subject to their actions of previous existence, and time aids them. Even the eternal being cannot withstand the ways of time. He never decayeth, and no one else can withstand the course of time. It hath no friend, no cause, and no one can overcome it. It hath no kinsman, no relation, even it is not subject to itself. The wise can perceive the work of time. Piety, wealth, and desire are all subject to it. Valley, the lord of monkeys, hath attained to his own true state, reaping the fruits of his actions, acquired by virtue of his royal accomplishments, namely, forgiveness and charity. The abode of the celestials, which was conquered by this high-souled one by his former piety, hath now been occupied by him after resigning his body. This is the best course of time that hath been attained to by the lord of monkey herds. No more with lamentations, therefore, do thou perform the actions that are worthy of being performed on this occasion. After Rama had spoken thus, Lakshmana, the slayer of foes, addressed Sugriva, senseless with grief, with the following sound words: Sugriva, do thou perform the funeral ceremonies of Vali along with Tara and Ingatha. Do thou collect for cremation many a dry fuel and celestial sandal. Do thou console the unfortunate Ingatha, who is beside himself with grief. Do not conduct thyself like an ignorant person, for this city is now under thee. Let Ingatha bring clothes, garlands, scents, clarified butter, oil, and other necessary articles. O Tara, do thou go and bring soon a conveyance, for speediness is a special virtue on an occasion like this. Let the monkeys dress themselves who can convey this hearse. The powerful and the capable only shall carry Vali. Having thus addressed Sugriva, Lakshmana, the enhancer of Sumitra's joy and the destroyer of foes, stood before his elder brother. And hearing the words of Lakshmana, the counselor respectfully entered the cave with a view to bring the conveyance. And taking that conveyance carried by the monkeys and worthy of being carried by the heroes, he issued out again of the cave. It had a celestial throne and was like unto a war chariot and had trees and birds painted on it. It was painted on all sides with the figures of foot soldiers, had latticed windows, and was like unto the car of the Siddhas, spacious and artistically and stoutly built by artisans, with beautiful carvings like unto a wooden hill. It was ornamented with excellent ornaments and beautiful garlands, sprinkled with red sandal and skirted with strong ribs. It was covered with flowers and lotus garlands, crusted with precious clothes, and had the color of the rising sun. Beholding such a conveyance, Rama spake unto Lakshmana, saying, Do thou soon conduct the funeral service of Vali. Thereupon Sugriva, along with Ingatha, placing Vali on the conveyance, began to bewail. And placing the lifeless body of Vali on it, he covered it with various ornaments, garlands, and clothes. Thereat Sagrira, the king of monkeys, ordered for the performance of Vali's funeral rites. Let the monkeys go before, scattering many a precious jewel, and let the conveyance follow them. Let the monkeys perform the obsequies of our master with such grandeur as befits the riches of the kings on this earth. With a view to perform the funeral ceremonies of Vali, the counselors and other monkeys, having lost their king and embraced Ingatha, proceeded weeping. And other subject monkeys followed them. And all other she-monkeys, headed by Tara, having lost their lord, bewailed, exclaiming again and again, O hero, O hero! And they, thus bewailing piteously, followed their lord. And in response to the bewailings of she-monkeys, hills and forests, as if, bewailed on all sides. Monkeys, ranging in the forest, made funeral piles on the banks of the hill streams and in solitary watery nooks. Thereupon, laying down from their shoulders the conveyance, those foremost of monkeys stationed themselves in a corner, being stricken with grief. And Tara, beholding her husband's body on the conveyance, placed his head on her lap and bewailed, overwhelmed with grief. O Lord of monkeys! O my Lord! O my dear one! O thou used to luxuries! O thou having long arms! O my darling! Behold me! Why dost thou not behold these monkeys, racked with sorrow? O conferrer of honors, thy countenance looks as if beaming with joy, although thou art dead, and thou appearest as if alive, having the hue of the setting sun. O monkey, Death himself, under the semblance of Rama, is attracting thee, who with one shaft in the battle, hath rendered us all widows. O best of kings, these she-monkeys cannot go by jumping. Dost thou not perceive that they have travelled so far on foot? Those thy wives, having moon-like countenances, have always thy welfare in view. Why dost thou not, O best of monkeys, cast thy looks towards them and Sugriva? O king, these thy counselors, thy wives headed by Tara, and all these citizens are bewailing around thee. O slayer of foes, do thou dispatch thy counselors to the city, and we shall all enjoy in this forest, excited with amour. The other she-monkeys, worked with sorrow, raised up Tara, bewailing, thus being exercised with grief consequent upon the demise of her husband. Thereupon Ingatha, along with Sugriva, overwhelmed with grief, weeping, placed his sire's body on the funeral pile. And putting fire duly, he circumambulated his sire, bound for a journey for good. Having duly cremated Vala's body, the foremost of monkeys arrived at a river of auspicious water with a view to perform the watery ceremony. And all these monkeys, along with Sugriva and Tara, placing Ingatha before them, sprinkled water. And the highly powerful Kakuthsha, equally aggrieved like Sugriva, being as poorly, conducted duly the obsequious ceremonies of Vali. Thereupon cremating Vali, gifted with unequaled prowess, slain with one shaft of the foremost of Ikshwakus, and like unto flaming fire, Sugriva appeared before Rama, who was in the company of Lakshmana. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 26. And thereupon those foremost of monkeys waited there, surrounding Sugriva exercised with grief and wearing wetted cloth. And they all, approaching the mighty armed Rama of unwearied actions, stationed themselves with folded hands like unto the great ascetics around the grandfather of the celestials. Thereupon Hanuman, the son of Merit, resembling a golden hill and having a countenance resembling the rising sun, spake with folded hands, saying, By thy assistance, O Kakuthsha, O Lord, this great ancestral kingdom of the highly powerful monkeys, having sharpened teeth, and capable of being acquired by the high-souled ones, hath been attained to by Sugriva. Being commanded by thee, he along with his friends, entering this city, shall perform the royal duties. And being duly bathed he shall worship thee particularly, with garlands, jewels, scents, and oshadis. It behoveth thee to enter this pleasant mountain cave and satisfy these monkeys by installing Sugriva on the throne. Being thus accosted by Hanuman, the highly intelligent Raghava, skilled in speech and the slayer of foes, replied, O gentle Hanuman, abiding by my sire's mandate, I shall not enter a hamlet or a city for these 14 years. Let Sugriva, the foremost of monkeys, enter this magnificent celestial cave, and do ye all install him speedily on the throne. Having thus addressed Hanuman, Rama spake unto Sugriva, saying, Conversant with customs as thou art, do thou install this generous and heroic Ingatha, gifted with prowess and honoring customs, as the heir apparent of the throne. This brave and eldest son of thy elder brother, Ingatha, is truly worthy of the heir apparentship. O gentle one, this month of Shravana, which is the first of those 4 months which make up the rainy season, hath set in, and this is not the time therefore to institute any inquiry about Sita. Do thou therefore enter thy auspicious city, and I shall live in this mountain along with Lakshmana. Pleasant indeed is this mountain cave, spacious, filled with air, water, and many lotuses. Thou shalt engage in endeavors to bring about the destruction of Ravana, after Kartika sets in. This is not the proper time, O gentle one, and do thou enter thy own city. And being installed on the throne do thou enhance the joy of thy friends. Being thus commanded by Rama, Sugriva, the foremost of monkeys, entered the pleasant city of Kishkindha, reared by Vali. Encircling that lord of monkeys, thousands of them entered the city. Beholding the lord of monkeys, the subjects bowed unto him, lowering their heads on the ground. Welcoming the subjects and raising them up, the highly powerful Sugriva entered the pleasant inner apartment of his brother. On his entering the city, his friends installed the highly powerful foremost of monkeys, Sugriva, on the throne like unto the celestials, placing the thousand-eyed deity on the kingdom. The monkeys brought for him a copper-colored golden umbrella, white chowries, a magnificent golden staff, diverse jewels, various seeds and medicating drugs, roots and flowers of glamorous fig trees, white clothes, white sandal paste, fragrant garlands, flowers growing in water and on land, celestial sandal and various scents, fried grain, gold, priyangu honey, clarified butter, curd, tiger skin, a pair of excellent sandals, gorakshna, and red arsenic. Carrying all those things there came 16 maids, highly delighted. Thereupon those monkeys pleased the foremost of twice-born ones with jewels, clothes, and eatables, with a view to install that best of monkeys. And these conversant with mantras through clarified butter, sanctified by mantras, into flaming fire burning on a kuka bed. And placing him on an excellent throne facing the east, uttering duly mantras in that golden room situated on the summit of the picturesque palace and beautified with magnificent coverlets and garlands, and collecting pure water from various rivers, sacred places and oceans. Those foremost of monkeys kept it in golden jars. Gaya, Gabaksha, Gabaya, Sarava, Gandhamadana, Mainda, Divida, Hanuman, and Jambuban installed Sugriva with auspicious horns of a bull and golden jars according to the rites prescribed by sastras and sanctioned by the great saints like unto the celestials, installing the thousand-eyed deity with pure, fragrant water. Sugriva being installed thus, these high-souled and foremost of monkeys, by hundreds and thousands, began to clatter with delight. Abiding by Rama's words, Sugriva, the lord of monkeys, embracing Ingadha, conferred on him the heir-apparentship of the throne. And Ingadha being thus installed, those best of monkeys, highly delighted, adored the high-souled Sugriva, extolling him again and again. Ingadha and Sugriva being thus established, they all, greatly delighted, praised again and again the high-souled Rama and Lakshmana. And the city of Kishkindha, filled with stoutly built people and adorned with pennons and flags, appeared beautiful in the mountain cave. Communicating unto the high-souled Rama the news of installation, the highly powerful lord of monkey hosts, Sugriva, getting back his wife Rama, regained the kingdom like unto the lord of celestials. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 27. On Sugriva being installed and the monkeys entering the cave, Rama, along with his younger brother, got at the Prasrabana hill, resounded with the noise of tigers and deer, filled with terrible lions, covered with diverse trees, creepers, and bowers, inhabited by bears, monkeys, gapuchias, and cats, resembling a collection of clouds and always auspicious. Rama, along with Samitri, selected for his habitation a spacious cave situated on the summit of that hill. Making the above condition with Sugriva, Rama, the pure-souled descendant of Raghu, spake unto his humble younger brother Lakshmana, the enhancer of wealth, the following sound words, worthy of being spoken on that occasion: O Samitri, O slayer of foes, in this pleasant and spacious mountain cave filled with air, we shall pass the rainy season. O son of a king, this summit of the hill is excellent and picturesque, beautified with white, black, and coppery stones, filled with diverse metals and river frogs, covered with diverse trees and pleasant creepers, resounded with the musical notes of various birds and cries of peacocks, and beautified with various flowery trees, such as Malati, Kundas, Sindubara, Sarisa, Kadamba, Arjuna, and Sarja. O son of a king, this pond filled with full-blown lotuses shall always be near our cave. This cave shall be worthy of our habitation, O gentle one, having its northeastern part low and the western part high. There is, O Samitri, at the entrance of the cave, a level, beautiful, spacious stone, black like unto collyrium. Behold, O my brother, on the north, the summit of the hill, resembling collyrium and a rising cloud. There appears on the south a beautiful white hill resembling the Kailaka filled with various metals. Behold before the cave the mudless stream, flowing towards the east like unto Janvi in the Trikuta mountain. This rivulet appears like unto a damsel ornamented and clothed, being filled with various trees, such as sandal, thilaka, sala, tamalas, adamuktas, padmaka, saralas, asokas, bainiras, timidas, vaculas, katakas, hintalas, tinikas, nipas, vatashas, kritamalakas growing on her banks. This rivulet resounded with various notes of hundreds of various birds, filled with chakrabakas attached to each other, crowded with geese and sarasas, having picturesque banks, and various jewels, is as it were laughing on all sides. Here it appears covered with violet lotuses, here with red lotuses, and there again with celestial white water lilies. This pleasant and picturesque stream is filled with various waterfowls and chakravakas, and served by many a saint. Behold there the rows of pleasant sandal trees, and those kukuvas which have grown up as it were like unto mental emotion. Picturesque indeed is this place, O slayer of foes, and we shall happily live here, O son of Sumitra. At no distance, O son of a king, from this place is situate the pleasant city of Sugriva, Kishkindha, filled with forests. Hear then, O best of conquerors, the sound of music, and the clatter of monkeys mingled with the sound of mridangas. Forsooth is rejoicing Sugriva, the foremost of monkeys, getting back his wife, regaining his kingdom, and attaining to regal splendor. Having said this, Raghava, along with Lakshmana, dwelt in that Ravana hill abounding in caves and bowers. He did not attain to a best felicity, although he lived in that pleasant hill filled with many things. Pondering over the ravishment of his spouse, dearer than his life, beholding the setting of the sun in particular, he did not go to sleep, although he laid himself on the bed in the night. His younger brother Lakshmana, equally aggrieved, spoke unto Kishkindha, thus bewailing being exercised with grief and almost beside himself with sorrow, consequent upon Sita's bereavement, saying, It doth not behove thee to lament thus. Being exercised with grief, it is not unknown unto thee that people, thus bewailing, do exhaust themselves by and by. O Raghava, thou art devoted to pious actions and the services of the deity in this world, and pious, energetic, and dost believe in the existence of God. Without being persevering thou shalt not be able to destroy in conflict thy enemy, that terrible, wily Rakshasa. Do thou renounce thy grief and take recourse to energy, and thou shalt be able to slay that Rakshasa with all his family. What of the destruction of Ravana? Thou art, O Kishkindha, capable of uprooting the earth with oceans, forests, and hills. Rains have set in, and do thou wait for the autumn when thou shalt encompass the destruction of Ravana with his kingdom and kinsmen. I, too, am exciting thy latent energy like unto fire hidden in ashes with oblations. Welcoming the auspicious and well-meaning accents of Lakshmana, Raghava again spake unto him the following affectionate words, O Lakshmana, truly do thy words become thee, affectionate, devoted, truthful, and intent on my welfare as thou art. Renouncing this grief standing in the way of all business, I shall call forth, the more, this my energy on the occasion of displaying my prowess. I shall live here, awaiting the autumn and abiding by thy words, and awaiting as well Sugriva's pleasure and the clear currents of the rivers. Heroes receiving favors always return them, the ungrateful lose the friendship of the honest. Considering Rama's words as highly sound and welcoming them therefore, Lakshmana, with folded hands, spake unto Rama of graceful appearance, displaying his own intelligence, O Lord of men, I fully approve of all thou hast said. The monkey chief shall soon engage in our service. Resolved on the destruction of thy enemy, do thou spend here this rainy season awaiting the autumn. Subduing thy wrath, and awaiting the autumn, do thou with me spend these 4 months in this hill filled with deer, capable as thou art of encompassing the destruction of thy enemy. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 28. Thereupon encompassing the destruction of valley, installing Sugriva and dwelling on the summit of the Malayabana hill, Rama spake unto Lakshmana, saying, This is the time, the beginning of the rainy season. Do thou behold the sky enveloped within clouds resembling so many hills. The sky, drinking the liquid contents of the ocean through the rays of the sun, and being enceinte for 9 months, is giving birth to showers. Ascending the sky by the steps of clouds, one can ornament the sun with garlands of kutajas and arjunas. Like unto a wound covered with a torn cloth, the sky is enveloped with cool clouds, coppery with the rays of the setting sun, and yellow at another end. The sky, having mild breezes as its breath, sprinkled with sandal-like evening rays and covered with yellow clouds, is appearing as it were like one stricken with amour. The earth, afflicted with perspiration and filled with new water, is emitting forth vapor like unto cedar racked with sorrow. Kataka-smelling breezes may be drunk up in the cavity formed by putting the hands together, like unto cold water discharged off the clouds and mixed with camphor. This hill, having blown Arjunas and Katakas, and rid of its enemies like unto Sugriva, hath been bathed with showers. These hillocks, having clouds for dark deerskins, heavy showers for sacred threads, and having caves filled with air, are appearing like so many Brahmins who have finished their studies. The sky, being struck by thunders like unto so many golden lashes, is, as if, groaning under a deep mental agony. Methinks, the lightning, shining by the violet clouds, is appearing like unto the poor Vaidehi at the lap of Ravana. These quarters, enveloped with clouds and having therefore the moon and stars hidden, are indeed very pleasant unto those who are under the influence of Cupid. Behold, O Samitri, on the summits of the hill the flowery cottages enveloped with the vapor arising out of the earth, gladdened at the approach of the rainy season and exciting my amour who am stricken with grief. In this season, the dust is watered, the air is saturated with dews, all the evils of the summer are stopped, the kings no longer proceed on royal marches, and those journeying in a foreign land return their native homes. The Chakrabakas along with their mates are proceeding, being desirous to live in the Manasa Saravara, and in consequence of incessant rains, chariots and other conveyances cannot pass along the wayfarers. Some were hidden, some here open, the sky, covered with clouds, appears like a vast ocean, being encircled here and there with hills. There speedily pass by the hill streams, being resounded with the cries of peacocks, carrying with the current sarjat and kadamva flowers, and having their coppery contents mixed with the metals of the mountain. People, in this season, live upon many a sweet rose-apple, and ripe mangoes, of diverse colors, being shaken by the wind, fall on the earth. The clouds, resembling the summits of a mountain, having lightnings for pennons and cranes for garlands, are muttering like unto infuriated elephants in a field of battle. The forest lands, having their green pastures emerged in water, with peacocks dancing all around with joy and clouds discharging their watery volumes incessantly, are appearing more graceful in the evening. In this season, clouds, surrounded by cranes and heavily laden with water, are constantly moving, sometimes resting on the high summits of the mountains and emitting a muttering sound. And rows of cranes, fond of clouds, rising up in the sky, delighted and moved by the wind, are appearing like a garland of white lotuses, spread along the welkin. And the earth, covered with green grass and variegated with newly born insects, is appearing like a damsel clothed with a white blanket spotted here and there with lac. In this part of the year, sleep is gradually overcoming the great god Narayana, the river is flowing speedily towards the ocean, the delted cranes are approaching the clouds and the damsels are proceeding towards their lovers. The peacocks are dancing at the forest skirts, the kadamva trees are covered with flowers, the bulls have become attached unto kine, and the earth has become charming with corns and forests. The rivers are flowing by, the clouds are discharging waters, the infuriated elephants are emitting terrible roars, the forest lands are growing more charming, persons, separated from their wives, are growing more anxious. The peacocks are dancing with delight and the monkeys are greatly comforted for Sugriva's attaining to the kingdom. By the fountains in the forests, the infuriated elephants, delighted with the fragrance of the kataka flowers and maddened with the noise of the waterfalls, are emitting terrible roars along with the peacocks. The black bees, resorting to the branches of the kadamba trees and overwhelmed with showers, are, as if, slowly discharging their temporal juice, namely the honey of flowers collected by them erewhile. The branches of rose-apple trees, containing enough of fruits like unto a collection of charcoal, are so appearing as if the black bees are drinking the juice thereof. The dense clouds, ornamented with pennon-like lightnings and emitting terrible roars, are appearing like so many elephants, mad after fighting. The infuriated lord of elephants, following in the track and ranging in the hills and forests, hearing the muttering of clouds and taking it for the uproar of another elephant, has turned back, with a view to enter into conflict with him. Somewhere the bees are humming, somewhere the peacocks are dancing, somewhere arranging the infuriated elephants, and in this way the forest land has assumed diverse appearances. It appears like unto a drinking place, covered with kadambas, sarjas, arjunas, and lotuses growing on land, filled with water resembling honey, and with the dance and cries of mad peacocks. The birds, having their wings discolored, being wet with water, delighted and thirsty, are drinking the drops of clear water falling on leaves and discharged by the Lord of Celestials. The sonorous humming of the bees, being accompanied by the guttural sound of the frogs and the mutterings of the clouds, resembling the sound of mridangas, and organized music, as if, hath begun in the forest. Sometimes dancing, sometimes setting up loud cries, sometimes placing themselves against the tops of the trees, the peacocks, having beautifully ornamented exteriors, have commenced music in the forest. And rising from their perpetual sleep by the muttering of clouds, the frogs, assuming various shapes and making diverse sounds, are setting up cries, being distressed with new watery showers. The rivers, carrying chakrabakas as their breast and leaving behind their old banks, are approaching, being excited, their own lord with various new presents. Clouds, big with new waters coming in contact with violet ones, are appearing as such, and sometimes, touching the hills burnt by forest fire, are appearing like deep-rooted hills. The elephants are ranging in this charming forest land, carrying the fragrance of Nipas and Arjunas, having its green swords filled with Indragopas and with delighted peacocks dancing all around. The black bees, delighted, are drinking honey, embracing the shower-distressed and new filaments of the lotuses and kadamva flowers. In this season, the elephants are infuriated, the bulls are delighted, the lions have grown more powerful, the hills are charming, the kings are devoid of all active pursuits, and the Lord of Celestials is engaged in sport with clouds. The clouds ranging in the welkin and discharging heavy showers are roaring like unto ocean, and the rivers, ponds, and pools are deluging the earth with their watery contents. In this season, heavy showers set in, the wind bloweth mightily, and the rivers breaking down their banks flow quickly, blockading the wayfarers. The mountains are, as if, displaying their own beauty and grace, being as it were bathed by the cloud-like jars, conferred by the Lord of Celestials, and brought by the wind like unto a king sprinkled by men. The sky is enveloped with clouds, and neither the sun nor the stars can be seen. The earth is satisfied with new showers, and the quarters being covered with darkness cannot be seen. The high summits of the mountains, being washed by showers and beautified by far-stretching waterfalls resembling pearls, are appearing more graceful. The heavy mountain waterfalls, loosening the rocks and stretching over the caves filled with the cries of peacocks, are appearing like a pearl necklace. And the quick streaming waterfalls of the mountains, washing the summits of the hills, and resembling the pearls, are being deposited in the cave at the foot. And watery drops resembling the pearls of the necklaces used by celestial damsels are pouring on all sides. The setting of the sun is announced by the birds taking to their nests, lotuses growing pale and melodies blossoming. The royal marches are all stopped, and the soldiers, who have already marched, are waiting in the way. Hostility and wayfarers have been equally blockaded by water. This month of Bhadra is the time of studying for those Brahmins who chant Samavedas. Having roofed all his houses and stored up his food, Bharata, the king of Kakula, hath set upon the performance of Asherah sacrifices. The river Saraju is now brimful with water. Seeing me return as if Ayodhya herself is making a delightful noise. Clearly manifest are now all the signs of the rainy season, and Sugriva, rid of his enemies, established on the vast kingdom, and regaining his wives, hath attained to best felicity. And I am, O Lakshmana, waning every day like unto the banks of a river, being separated from my spouse and deprived of my vast kingdom. Immense is my grief, inaccessible is this rainy season, and mighty is my enemy, Ravana. Methinks it is impossible for me to bring about the discomfiture of my foe. Owing to the unfitness of the season for marching against my foe, and the wayfarers being inaccessible, I cannot possibly request Sugriva to march, although he is prepared to abide by my mandate. Moreover, after a good deal of affliction he has regained his wives, and my service is of very great difficulty, so I do not wish to request that monkey chief now. Forsooth, shall Sugriva think of the benefits he has received from me, after enjoying rest for some time, when the time for action shall arrive. Therefore I shall, O Lakshmana, live here, awaiting the pleasure of Sugriva and the clear currents of the rivers, the autumn. Heroes receiving benefits do always return them. The ungrateful lose the good wishes of the great ones. Being thus accosted, Lakshmana, with folded hands, respecting highly his words, spake unto the graceful Rama, pointing out his own welfare. Forsooth shall that lord of monkeys carry out all thy wishes. Do thou therefore spend here the rainy season, awaiting the autumn. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 29. Beholding the clear welkin, void of clouds and lightnings, filled with cerasas and sprinkled with the charming rays of the moon, Hanuman, the son of Merit, versed in religious lore and political economy, and conversant with effects proper to the time or season, approaching the Lord of Monkeys, addressed him with various sound, reasonable and pleasant words, well-meaning, true and teaching the means of acquiring forgiveness, piety and wealth. Acquiring riches Sugriva hath grown careless for the collection of righteousness and wealth, is following the track of the vicious, and is addicted to the satisfaction of sensual appetites, having all his actions stopped and desires attained, and given to enjoyments with damsels. Having attained all his desires and wishes, his own wife and the much desired for Tara, Sugriva is sporting with them, day and night, without any affliction, like unto the Lord of Celestials with Gandharvas and Apsaras. Placing all the royal affairs at the hands of the counselors, without looking to them, and confiding fully in their abilities, he is living like one under the influence of passions. Thou hast attained thy kingdom, fame, and thy vast ancestral wealth. It now behoveth thee to perform thy duties by thy friends. Truly doth his kingdom, fame, and prowess increase who is cognizant of the seasonableness of time and doth good to his friends. O king, truly doth he attain to a vast kingdom, who hath the same wealth, soldiery, and body with his friends. It becometh thee, therefore, who art crowned with a good character, and who dost wend a blameless track, to work out thy friends' well-being, as promised by thee. He who doth not engage in the service of his friends, renouncing all business, becometh void of all energy and involved in unnecessary troubles. And he, who engageth in his friend's service after the proper season is over, does nothing to his well-being, though he performs a great thing. O slayer of foes, soon shall the time for performing thy friend's service be over. Do thou therefore encompass Radva's good, namely the searching out of Vadahi. O king, Rama, conversant with the seasonableness of time and wise as he is not informing thee of it, though the proper time is past, and though he is in hurry, he is waiting for thee. Radva as well as Lakshmana, who are the instruments of thy attaining to this vast kingdom, and thy friends for so long a time, are persons of incomparable prowess by virtue of their unequaled accomplishments. He hath already performed thy service, and it behoveth thee now, O Lord of Monkeys, to command the foremost of monkeys to engage in his service. To engage, out of season, in a service, uncalled for, is not blamable, but to defer the performance of an action in proper time after promising is indeed an object of censure. O Lord of Monkeys, thou dost engage even in the service of one who doth thee no good, then why shalt thou not engage in the benefit of Rama, who hath favored thee by encompassing the destruction of valley and securing for thee thy kingdom? O Lord of Monkeys and Bears, truly thou art gifted with prowess and strength, why dost thou not prepare thyself for satisfying Dakrathi's commands? Dakrathi himself is capable of subduing the celestials, asuras, and great serpents. He is simply awaiting the fulfillment of thy promise. He hath performed a great service at the risk of his life. We shall therefore find out Vadahi whether she is in this earth or in the welkin. Even the celestials, Danavas, Gandharvas, asuras, Marudas, Yakshas are afraid of him in the battlefield. What of the insignificant Rakshasas? O Lord of Monkeys, it therefore behoveth thee to do good by all means unto the powerful Rama, who benefited thee before. O Lord of Monkeys, who is there amongst us, who shall not at thy command proceed unto water, sky, or the region under the earth? O blameless one, there are more than 1 koti of invincible monkeys under thee. Do thou command, who shall proceed, and to what quarter? Hearing these words of Hanuman, said on a very proper occasion, the intelligent Sugriva made up his mind for a worthy end. Thereupon the highly intelligent Sugriva ordered the ever-active Nila to collect soldiers from various quarters. Do thou so arrange as all my hosts and soldiers with their commanders soon come here. Do thou soon bring here at my behest all the energetic and quick-coursing monkeys and commanders spreading their conquests to the end of the earth. After their arrival, do thou thyself inspect and count all those monkeys. He who shall not reach here within 15 days shall be punished with the loss of his life. There is no need of scrutinizing my orders. Abiding by my order, do thou see along with and without all the elderly monkeys. Having thus arranged, that best of monkeys entered the inner apartment. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 30. Sugriva having entered his palace, and the sky being cleared of the clouds, Rama, racked with grief, passing the rainy season and beholding the yellow welkin, the clear disk of the moon, the autumnal night sprinkled with the rays of the moon, the amour-stricken lord of monkeys, the ravishment of the daughter of Janaka, and the season well nigh expired, became overwhelmed with sorrow and senseless. And regaining his sense after some time, the highly intelligent king, Raghav, began to think of Vaidehi, although always present in his mind. And beholding the clear sky void of lightnings and clouds, and filled with the noise of sarasas, Raghav began to lament piteously, stationing himself on the summit of the hill ornamented with metals of golden hue. And beholding the autumnal sky, he engaged in the meditation of his beloved spouse. How shall that sarasa-voiced damsel be pleased today, who, while sporting in the hermitage, used to warble like sarasas, to invite them? Beholding asana trees, as if covered with golden flowers, and not beholding me, how shall that damsel be pleased? How that exquisitely fine damsel having a sweet voice shall be pleased today, who used formerly to awake at the sounds of the drakes? Hearing the noise of her companions, Chakrabakas, how shall that one, of expansive eyes resembling lotuses, live? Without her having the eyes of a fawn, I do not attain to felicity today, ranging at large by ponds, streams, pools, and in forests and woods. Forsooth shall Cupid, excited by the approach of the autumn, distress her the more on account of my separation and her personal charms. Thus bewailed that best son of a king, like unto the bird Sarangas soliciting water from the Lord of Celestials. And the graceful Lakshmana, returning from the picturesque mountain summits where he had sojourned in quest of fruits, beheld his elder brother. And beholding in that lonely forest his brother, racked with anxious thoughts hard to bear and almost beside himself, with grief, the high-minded Saumitri, prompted by his brother's grief, spoke unto him very poorly, saying, O worshipful one, what hast thou perpetrated by placing thyself under the control of passions and defeating thy manliness? Thy deep and devout meditation hath been purloined by thy grief, and it is by religious contemplation that thy grief shall be terminated now. O brother, after going through the ceremonies of bathing and so forth, and acquiring peace, do thou bring all thy time under thy control by virtue of the concentration of soul, and being of unmitigated strength do thou resort to power and help, the keynotes for the accomplishment of thy great object. O Lord of men, Janaki, husband by thee, is not capable of being easily possessed by others. O hero who getting at a flame of fire, doth not burn himself. Thereupon Rama spoke unto Lakshmana, gifted with royal marks, addressing him with natural and resolute words, and saying, What thou hast said is sound, well-meaning, sanctioned by polity, and speaks of piety, wealth, and forgiveness. It should therefore, without the least doubt, be performed by me. It behoveth me to engage in contemplation about the eternal truth regarding the deity and in ascetic observances. Or else, O Prince, it is not proper to think of the fruits of a difficult, highly developed, and energetic action. Thereupon, thinking of Maithili, having eyes resembling lotus petals, Rama spoke unto Lakshmana with a dried countenance. Having satisfied the earth with a profuse discharge of water, produced crops, and thus finished his work, the thousand-eyed deity is sitting silent. O son of a king, the clouds, muttering a long and deep sound and approaching the hills and trees, are calmed, having discharged their liquid contents. Having made the 10 quarters dark blue, the clouds, resembling blue lotuses, have become calm, like unto elephants without temporal juice. O gentle one, high gales accompanied with rains, big with water and fragrant with Kutaja and Arjuna flowers being driven before hither and thither, have now become silent. O innocent Lakshmana, the sounds of clouds, elephants, peacocks, and fountains, have been all stopped. Hills, having variegated summits, being washed by dense clouds and thus free from dirt and impurities, do appear elegant, being sprinkled by the rays of the moon. Forsooth hath the autumn set in, dividing its grace in the branches of sapticata trees, and the rays of the sun and moon with stars, and in the gates of the excellent elephants. Surely hath the autumnal grace resorted to many things. And it hath appeared more profusely in the lotuses blossomed by the first rays of the sun, scented sweet with the flower of sapticata trees, borrowing the musical notes of bees, following the wind and subduing the pride of infuriated elephants. The autumn is appearing very elegant. The swans are playing with chakrabakas having splendidly spacious wings, fond of Cupid, crusted with the filaments of lotuses, and arriving at the banks of the rivers. The autumnal grace is appearing more elegant, being divided in infuriated elephants, in proud kine, and in streams of clear currents. Beholding the sky divested of clouds, without manifesting the beauty of their tails and renouncing their attachment unto their beloved mates, amusements, and beauty, the peacocks are as if all engaged in meditation in the forest. The forest lands are as if ablaze with many a sweet-scented picturesque priaka trees, having a golden hue and their tops lowered down with the weight of flowers. The gates of the elephants rendered idle with a profuse discharge of temporal juice, fond of forests and water lilies, smelling the fragrance of the flowers of sapticata trees and accompanied by their mates, have become slow. The sky is clear like unto a sword, the streams have become of feeble currents, the wind, cool and scented with the fragrance of white esculent water lilies, is blowing, and quarters have become devoid of darkness. The mud has been dried up by the rays of the sun, and the earth is filled with dust. This is the time for preparation for inimical kings to enter into conflict. The bulls, having their beauty enhanced by the autumn, and their body covered with dust, delighted, infuriated, and hence desirous of entering into skirmish, have been setting up terrible roars in the midst of kine. The she-elephants, moving slowly, fond, passionate, and accompanied by other members, have been following their passionate mates, in the forest, embracing them. Leaving behind their excellent ornaments, the tails, the peacocks, getting at the banks of the rivers, have been going away poorly and with depressed hearts, as if being remonstrated with by the Saraces. Having terrified the Karandavas and Chakrabakas with their mighty roars, the elephants, having cleft trunks and being agitated again and again, have been drinking water in the ponds filled with full-blown lotuses. The drakes have been jumping delightedly into the rivers, mudless, covered with sands, full of clear water, filled with kine and resounded with the notes of Saraces. Now hath stopped the noise of rivers, clouds, fountains, water, the high winds, the peacocks, and the mirthless frogs. And venomous snakes of variegated colors, having lived for a pretty long time during the rains without food, have on the approach of the autumn come out of their dens, hungry, in quest of their prey. The red-dyed evening hath renounced the welkin, being delighted at the touch of the rays of the moon and opening a little her eyes, the stars. Having the rising moon for her elegant countenance, the stars for her excellent open eyes, and the rays for a piece of white garment, the night appeareth like a damsel wearing a white cloth. Having fed on ripe white rice, the excellent rows of delighted Saraces are flying quickly up to the sky like unto a well-strung garland shaken by the wind. The water of the lake, filled with sleeping drakes and water lilies, is appearing like the sky in the night, devoid of clouds and filled with the full moon and stars. The ponds, having the drakes scattering hither and thither for their girdles and engarlanded with full-blown lotuses and water lilies, are appearing like so many damsels ornamented with diverse ornaments. The sound set up by the wind in the dawn like unto that of a pipe accompanied by the music of a trumpet, being mixed with the noise of the caves and bulls, are as if multiplying each other. The banks of the rivers are being dressed by the newly blossomed flowers shaken by the mild breezes and kakas, like unto clean, washed silken clothes. The black bees, bold, given to drinking honey, rendered yellow with the filaments of lotuses and asana flowers, delighted and accompanied by their mates, are following the wind in the forest. The clear water, the blossoming flowers, the noise of crunches, the ripe white rice, the mild breezes, the clear moon announce the approach of the autumn, the removers of the rains. The rivers, having fishes for their girdles, have become of slackened course like unto damsels moving slowly in the dawn, being enjoyed by their husbands. The mouths of the rivers, filled with chakrabakas, covered with aquatic plants and clothed with kakas, are appearing like unto the countenances of damsels pasted with yellow pigments. The most powerful Cupid hath taken up his terrible bow in this forest filled with asana flowers, appearing like unto arrows and the hum of delighted bees. Having satisfied the people with a profuse discharge of water, filled the rivers and pools, and covered the earth with crops, the clouds have disappeared, renouncing the sky. The rivers in this season of autumn have been gradually showing their banks. O thou of excellent looks, the ponds, in this season, appear exquisitely fine, being filled with kurara birds and chakrabakas. O son of king, this is the time of preparation for inimical kings, desirous of defeating one another. O son of a king, this is the best time for royal marches, but I do not find Sugriva preparing himself for that end. There appear on the summits of the hills flowers asanas, saptaparnas, kavadaras, bandujibas, and tamilas. Behold, O Lakshmana, the banks of the rivers filled with swans, sarasas, chakrabakas, and kuraras. Stricken as I am with grief, these 4 months, the season of rains, appeared unto me like 100 years, not beholding Sita. Like unto chakrabakas following their mates, Sita, taking the terrible forest of Dandaka for a picturesque garden, used to follow me there. O Lakshmana, Sugriva is not inclined to show any commiseration towards me, who am separated from my beloved spouse, deprived of my kingdom, banished and stricken with sorrow. Regarding me as one without any to back him, deprived of his kingdom, insulted by Ravana, wretched, of a distant land, under the influence of amour and therefore seeking his help, Sugriva hath not felt pity for me. O subduer of foes, O thou of excellent looks, for these reasons I have been insulted by that vicious-souled king of monkeys, Sugriva. Having appointed the time to institute inquiries about Sita, that wicked-minded one hath now forgot it on the accession of his new dignity. Do thou therefore repair to Kishkindha and speak of me unto that stupid lord of monkeys, Sugriva, addicted to rural enjoyments. And do thou tell him, he, who breaks his promise made unto a powerful benefactor who solicits his favor, is regarded by people as vile. He is a true hero and an excellent person who verifies his words whether good or bad. Ungrateful they are who do not, after attaining their ends, engage in the service of those of their friends who have not accomplished their objects. Even those living on raw flesh do not feed on their gore after their death. And ask him if he wishes to behold in battlefield the golden bow resembling a lightning. And ask him more, if he wishes to hear the terrible twang of my bow resembling the noise of thunder, when I am enraged in battle. O hero, O son of a king, when apprised of my prowess assisted by thee, will he not recapitulate in his mind, that he may be destroyed by us like unto valley? O conqueror of enemies' cities, does not that lord of monkeys, after accomplishing his object, think of the conditions under which our friendship was contracted? Does not that lord of monkeys think that he has spent 4 months in enjoyments, having promised and appointed the season, after rains, for making inquiries about Sita? Does not Sugriva feel pity for us, who are racked with sorrow, being addicted to drinking with friends and counselors? Do thou go, O hero, O thou of mighty strength, and relate unto Sugriva these my angry words. O Sugriva, do not neglect thy promise and wend the way trodden by Vali. I killed Vali only with my shaft in the battlefield, but if thou dost deviate from the path of truth, I shall destroy thee along with thy kinsmen and relatives. O thou best of men, do thou speedily relate unto him all those benefits which we shall reap by his actions, for the proper season is well nigh past. O best of monkeys, do thou carry out thy promise, remembering the eternal existence of virtue. Do thou not behold the spirit of Vali in the abode of death, being killed by the shaft discharged by me? Beholding his elder brother thus enraged and bewailing, the fiery-spirited Lakshmana, the best of men, became enraged with Sugriva. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 31. Lakshmana again addressed his high-minded elder brother, the son of a king, influenced by passion, stricken with grief, and poorly, with the following words. That monkey shall not follow the actions of the pious, shall not think of the great fruit, the accession of kingdom, reaped by our friendship, he shall not enjoy the riches of the monkey kingdom, because he has not the right understanding to make good his promise. Owing to the wane of his understanding in consequence of thy favor, he is addicted to rural enjoyments, and hath forgot to return thy benefits. O hero, killed let him espy his elder brother Valley. It is not proper to confer kingdom upon that wicked-minded one. I am unable to bear the outburst of my ire, forsooth shall I kill today that liar Sugriva. May the son of Valley with other principal monkeys engage in quest of that daughter a king. Beholding him rise up from the seat with bow in his hand, and greatly wrought up with anger, and hearing him thus announce his intention about the destruction of Sugriva, Rama, the slayer of foes, spake unto him the following humble words worthy of being spoken on that occasion. Persons like thee on this earth do not perpetrate the crime of destroying their friends. He is truly a great hero and an excellent person who subdues anger by his right understanding. O Lakshmana, it is not proper for thee to bring about the destruction of thy friend. Do thou follow thy former friendship and good feelings. Avoiding harsh words, do thou address Sugriva, who has violated his promise, with soothing words. Being thus duly counseled by his elder brother, that best of men, the heroic Lakshmana, the slayer of foes, entered the city. Thereupon the highly intelligent Lakshmana of right understanding, and ever intent upon the welfare of his brother, taking up a bow like unto Indra's, resembling the summit of a hill and terrible as death himself, entered, wrought up with ire, the abode of the king of monkeys like the hill Mandara. Intelligent like Vrahaspati and ever abiding by his elder brother's behest, Lakshmana, revolving in his mind what he should say as well as Sugriva's answers, and enveloped with the fire of anger arising from the excitement of his brother's amour, and therefore displeased, proceeded quick as air. And on he proceeded, felling down by his velocity Sala, Tala, and Asvakarna trees, throwing aside the mountain summits and other trees, breaking rocks into pieces with his feet, and striding very quickly like unto a fleet coursing elephant. And that best of Ikshwakus beheld that splendid city of the king of monkeys, hard to enter, surrounded by monkey herds and mountains. And having his lips swollen with anger for Sugriva, Lakshmana beheld the terrible monkeys walking outside the city. Beholding that best of men, Lakshmana, the monkeys resembling elephants entered the mountainous stronghold and took up the summits of the hill and huge trees. And observing them armed, Lakshmana was doubly inflamed with anger like unto fire kindled with fuels. And beholding Lakshmana, highly enraged, terrible as death himself at the time of dissolution, the monkeys stricken with fear, fled away, by hundreds, into various quarters. Thereat those foremost of monkeys, entering the palace of Sugriva, communicated unto him Lakshmana's ire and approach. That amorous chief of monkeys, attached unto Tara, paid no heed to the words of those foremost of monkeys. Thereupon those terrible monkeys, resembling hills, elephants, and clouds, went out of the city, being commanded by the minister. Some of them had sharpened teeth and nails, some were grim-visaged, some had teeth like those of tigers, some had the strength of 10 elephants, some had the strength of 100 elephants, and some had that of 1,000 elephants. Thereupon Lakshmana, angry, espied the city of Kishkindha hard to enter and surrounded by mighty monkeys with trees in their hands. And getting over the ditch around the city walls, those terrible-looking monkeys stationed themselves openly. And meditating upon Sugriva's error and his brother's interest, the self-controlled Lakshmana, heroic, proceeded onwards. Sighing hot and hard, that best of men, Lakshmana, with reddened eyes, appeared like unto smoky fire. He appeared like unto a terrible serpent of 5 mouths, having the top of the arrow for his tongue, the bow for his expanded hood, and his own prowess for the poison. Beholding him like the flaming fire of dissolution and enraged lord of serpents, Engatha, out of fear, became exceedingly sorry. Thereupon the far-famed Lakshmana, having his eyes reddened with ire, spoke unto Engatha, saying, O child, do thou inform Sugriva of my arrival. O conqueror of foes, do thou tell him, Lakshmana, the younger brother of Rama, being stricken with grief on account of his brother's disaster, hath come to thee and is waiting at the gate. If it pleaseth thee, do thou make good thy promise. saying these words, do thou speedily return, O my child, O conqueror of foes. Hearing Lakshmana's words, Kishkindha, overwhelmed with grief, approaching his uncle, said, Saumitri hath arrived here. Being greatly agitated with harsh words, Kishkindha, with a pale and poorly countenance, issued out speedily, and approaching, touched first the king's feet, and afterwards with reverence Rama's feet. That one of exceeding prowess first touched the feet of his uncle, then saluted again his mother, and afterwards touching the feet of Rama related unto them everything in full. That monkey, possessed by amour and under the influence of liquor, being asleep, could not hear what Kishkindha had said. Beholding Lakshmana highly enraged, the monkeys, possessed by fear, began to make noise as they were welcoming him. They, approaching Lakshmana, began to set up a terrible roar like unto thunder, and resembling the uproar of lions and the noise of waterfalls. By that terrible sound awoke that monkey chief, having coppery eyes, agitated, adorned with garlands, and possessed by liquor. Hearing the words of Kishkindha, the two counselors of Sugriva, intelligent and of magnificent looks, along with him, approached that lord of monkeys. And those two ministers, Yiksha and Pravaba, to give him proper counsels, informed that monkey chief of the arrival of Lakshmana. Satisfying Sugriva with words pointing out his welfare, they sitting by him, spake unto that lord of wind resembling the king of celestials, saying, of those two great and truthful brothers Rama and Lakshmana, who are born as men, worthy of attaining to kingdom, and who have gained for thee thy kingdom, Lakshmana, with a bow in his hand, is waiting at thy gate. And afraid of whom, the monkeys, trembling, are setting up terrible roars. That Lakshmana, Raghava's brother, having words for his charioteer, and perseverance for his chariot, hath approached thee at his brother's command. O blameless king, by that Lakshmana, Tara's darling, Kishkindha hath been dispatched unto thee. O king of monkeys, that highly powerful one, having his eyes full of ire, is waiting at thy gate, as if burning down with his eyes all the monkeys. O king, along with thy children and friends do thou repair unto him speedily, and bowing unto him with thy head down do thou pacify his wrath. And do thou, O king, with a composed heart, perform what the virtuous-souled Rama hath ordered thee to do, and thus fulfill thy promise. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 32. Hearing the words of Kishkindha as well as of Lakshmana's wrath, the self-controlled Sugriva along with his counselors left his seat. Ascertaining the weight and lightness of the present occasion, that one, expert in counsels and abiding by their advice, spake unto the expert counselors, saying, I have not done him any wrong, nor have I spoken unto him any improper word. I do not know why Ragaya's brother Lakshmana hath become offended with me. Lakshmana hath been falsely apprised of my imaginary weakness by my enemies, always looking to my dark sides. It behoveth ye all to ascertain now speedily, according to your knowledge and right understanding, the cause of Lakshmana's wrath. I do not fear Lakshmana or Raghava, but friends enraged without any cause do invariably produce fear. It is easy to contract friendship, but very difficult to sustain it, for owing to the fickleness of our minds, a very slight cause brings about separation. I have not done him any good proportionate to what the high-souled Rama had done for me, and it is for this reason that I am afraid of him. Being thus addressed by Sugriva, Hanuman, the foremost of monkey counselors, spoke, according to his own understanding, saying, It is no wonder, O Lord of monkeys, that thou hast not forgot the unexpected benefit thou hadst received at the hands of Rama. To encompass thy well-being, Valley, powerful as the Lord of Celestials, was fearlessly destroyed by the heroic Raghava. There is not the least doubt that Raghava, out of love, is enraged with thee, and hath dispatched his younger brother Lakshmana, the enhancer of prosperity. O thou foremost of those conversant with time, the auspicious autumn, green with sapticata flowers, hath set in, and thou, given up to enjoyments, doth not perceive it. The sky, having the clouds removed, is full of clear stars and planets. The quarters, the ponds, and rivers are all clear. O best of monkeys, finding thee forgetful, Lakshmana hath come here to inform thee that the proper time hath arrived. Do thou patiently hear all these harsh words of the high-souled Rama, racked with sorrow and separated from his spouse, which Lakshmana shall relate unto thee. Thou hast acted improperly towards him, and I do not find anything tending to thy welfare but thy satisfying Lakshmana with folded hands. The kings should be addressed with auspicious words by their counselors, always ministering unto them proper counsels. And it is for this reason I am addressing thee with these sound words. Raghava, taking up his bow, while enraged, can bring under subjection the entire world, inhabited by the celestials, asuras, and Gandharvas. Remembering his former service, it doth not behove thee, grateful as thou art, to excite his wrath, who should be pleased again. Bowing unto him, with thy children and friends, do thou, O king, satisfying thy promise, seek his shelter like unto a wife placing herself under the control of her husband. O Lord of monkeys, it doth not behove thee, to neglect even in thought, the behests of Rama and his younger brother, for thou art fully aware of the prowess of Raghava like unto the Lord of celestials, and passing human power. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 33. Thereupon, Lakshmana, the slayer of foes, entered, at the behest of Rama, the pleasant city of Kishkindha situated in the center of caves. Beholding Lakshmana, the highly powerful monkeys, having huge persons and waiting at the gate, stood all with folded hands. And seeing Dasaratha's son highly enraged and sighing again and again, the monkeys stood silent and did not interrupt him. The graceful Lakshmana espied that huge picturesque and celestial cave adorned with jewels and flowery gardens. It was filled with palatial buildings, various jewels and flowery trees, producing at all times wished-for fruits. It was beautified with good-looking monkeys, children of the celestials and Gandharvas wearing celestial garlands and clothes and assuming shapes at will. It was fragrant with the sweet smell of sandalwood, aguru and lotuses, and its highways were equally fragrant with the smell of honey. And Lakshmana beheld their many spacious buildings like unto the hills Vindhya and Meru and rivers of clear water. And he also surveyed the picturesque dwellings of Ingatha, Minda, Divida, Gavaya, Gabaksha, Gaja, Sarava, Vidhutmalai, Sampati, Suryaksha, Hanuman, Birabaha, Subahu, Nala, Kumuda, Sashina, Tara, Jambabin, Dadhibactra, Nila, Sunitra and Supatala like unto sable clouds adorned with excellent garlands, filled with rice and jewels and beautiful damsels. Unobstructed the highly powerful Saumitri entered the picturesque abode of Sugriva like unto the sun entering into a collection of dense clouds. The abode of this lord of monkeys was like unto the palace of the lord of celestials, ornamented with the tops of white buildings resembling the summits of the Kailaka hill and flowery trees producing at all times wished-for fruits, covered with beautiful trees having cool shades and bearing celestial fruits and flowers resembling the molten gold. And that virtuous-souled one, crossing the 7 rooms filled with conveyances and seats, beheld the secret apartment of that monkey chief, having many a gold and silver bedsteads with excellent coverlets and fine seats. No sooner had he entered the inner apartment than he heard a musical sound, well measured and accompanied by the music of the stringed instrument. And that highly powerful one beheld in the abode of Sugriva many a beautiful damsel proud of their youth and beauty, sprung from respectable families, adorned with splendid ornaments, engaged in stringing excellent garlands. And he observed Sugriva's servants, well fed, contented, not hurry in offering their services, and without splendid ornaments. Hearing the sounds of women's girdles and their nupurs, the graceful Lakshmana became highly ashamed. And highly enraged at the sound of the ornaments, the hero filled all the quarters with the twang of his bow. Lakshmana of mighty arms stood silent in a nook, thinking of his improper conduct of entering into Sugriva's seraglio, albeit he was wrought up with ire in consequence of Sugriva's neglecting Rama's service. Thereupon Sugriva, the lord of monkeys, being apprised of Lakshmana's approach by the twang of his bow and terrified, trembled on his throne, and thought aside, forsooth hath Saumitri, fond of his brother, come, whose approach was announced by Ingatha before. Informed before by Ingatha of his approach, and made doubly sure by the twang of the bow, that monkey came to know of Lakshmana's arrival and turned pale. Thereupon Sugriva, the foremost of monkeys, wrought up with fear, addressed the fine-looking Tara with the following well-meaning words: "O beautiful lady, dost thou know, why hath the mild-natured younger brother of Rama arrived here enraged? O blameless lady, dost thou perceive any cause of the prince's wrath? Forsooth, that best of men is not enraged for a slight cause. Considering aright, dost thou speedily inform me if I have performed any improper act towards Rama? O fine lady, do thou approach him in person and pacify him with soothing words. Beholding thee, that pure-souled one shall not be worked with ire. Great men do never behave roughly towards the females. Approaching him, do thou console him, and thereafter I shall see that conqueror of foes having eyes resembling lotus petals." Thereupon Tara, with faltering feet and eyes wild with wine, the golden chains of her zone flowing about her hips, graced with auspicious marks, sought Lakshmana's presence with downcast looks. Beholding Tara, the queen of the lord of monkeys, Lakshmana, the high-souled son of a king, restraining his anger on the approach of a female, stood with his head hung down, conducting himself like an ascetic. Renouncing modesty under the influence of liquor, and finding the king's son well pleased, Tara spake unto Lakshmana bold and loving words, in order to console him. "O son of a king, what is the cause of thy wrath? Who is there who hath not abode by thy commands? Who can remain without anxiety, beholding fire in a forest filled with dry trees?" Hearing the soothing words of Tara, Lakshmana, undaunted, spoke again, greatly manifesting his friendship. "O thou intent on thy husband's welfare, dost thou not perceive that thy husband is by losing piety and wealth, being addicted to amorous enjoyments? O Tara, thy husband doth not think of us who are moved with sorrow, but is addicted to sensual enjoyments only, being surrounded by parasites. Having promised that he would institute inquiries about Sita after 4 months, that lord of monkeys hath well-nigh spent the entire period, being influenced by liquor and addicted to enjoyments along with thee. For the attainment of piety and wealth, drinking is not a proper course. It is by drinking that people lose piety, wealth, and desire. He who doth not return the services of his benefactor loseth piety. He who loseth friendship with a qualified friend loseth wealth. He is the best friend who is gifted with wealth and is truthful, and thy husband hath relinquished such a friend gifted with these 2 qualities. And, therefore, he doth not abide by the virtue of preserving friendship. O thou expert in business, this being the case, do thou advise us as to what we should do." Hearing the sweet words of Lakshmana consonant with piety and wealth, Tara again addressed him about Rama's business, yet remaining unaccomplished, with words inspiring confidence. "O son of a king, this is not the time for displaying thy wrath. It is not proper to be angry with one's own friends. O hero, it behoveth thee to put up with the error of him who hath thy welfare in view. O prince, who, accomplished with excellent virtues, gets enraged with one of inferior merits. O prince, who, like thee, an offspring of asceticism, is worked up with ire against the virtue of forgiveness. I know the cause of the wrath of that heroic monkey's friend. I know the time for action. I know what thou hast done for us. I know what is due from us to thee. And, O foremost of men, I also know the irresistible force of Kama. I know by whom Sugriva has been taken captive, and that his heart is not now on the work. As thou hast come under the governance of anger, thy mind has not felt the influence of desire. Even a human being that hath conceived love does not stay for place or time or interest. Do thou forgive that lord of the monkey race, thy brother, influenced by carnality, who is by thee, and who through the urgency of lust has banished shame. Even Maharshis, finding delight in religion and asceticism, setting their hearts upon satisfying lust, ultimately become fast bound by ignorance. But this is a monkey, volatile by nature, and hath, furthermore, been enjoying regal state. Why should he not act thus? Having thus said unto Lakshmana of immeasurable intelligence words fraught with high import, that female monkey, her eyes drooping with languor, again sadly spake in this wise for the behoof of her husband, O foremost of men. Although Sugriva has come under the sway of desire, he hath, to secure thy good, ere this issued orders for preparations to be made. And monkeys by hundreds and thousands and cotis, inhabiting various mountains, possessed of exceeding prowess, have already arrived here. Do thou therefore, O mighty armed one, come. Having rushed towards the inner apartment, thou hast not suffered in character. For the good to behold others' wives in a friendly spirit cannot bring on unrighteousness. Permitted by Terra, that long-armed represser of foes, urged on by the required speed, entered the inner apartment. There, seated on a superb seat spread with a costly carpet, he found Sugriva resembling the sun himself, his person decked with noble ornaments, of a dignified presence, famous, wearing gay garlands and attire, invincible like unto the great Indra. And surrounded by dames adorned with elegant ornaments and wreaths, Sugriva, with his eyes still more reddened in wrath, looked like the destroyer himself. Then, deeply embracing Uma, the large-eyed hero of the hue of fine gold, seated on an excellent seat, saw the powerful Saumitri having expansive eyes. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 34. Seeing that foremost of men, Lakshmana, exercised with wrath, as he entered and without let, Sugriva was seized with sadness. And seeing Dasaratha's son, wroth, and breathing hard, and flaming up in energy, and burning in consequence of the calamity that had overtaken his brother, that chief of monkeys started up, leaving his golden seat, like unto the mighty ornamented standard of the great Indra. And as Sugriva rose up, Uma and the other females rose up, like unto stars appearing in the sky when the full moon has risen. And with eyes reddened, and his hands folded, the graceful Sugriva came before Lakshmana, and stood there like a mighty kulpa tree. And the wrathful Lakshmana spake unto Sugriva stationed among women, having Uma for his second, and resembling the moon with the stars, saying, The king that is nobly endowed by heredity, and is kind, that hath subdued his senses, and is grateful and truth-telling, obtains renown in this world. And who is more wicked than that king who, rooted in unrighteousness, makes false promises unto friends intent upon his welfare? He that speaks a falsehood with reference to a horse, becomes guilty of the deaths of 100 horses, he committing himself to a falsehood relative to a cow, reapeth the demerit of slaying 1,000 kine, while he that uttereth an untruth touching a person, destroys self as well as his kindred. That ungrateful wight that, having at first attained benefit at the hands of his friends, doth not requite it, is, O Lord of monkeys, worthy of being slain by all creatures. Seeing an ingrate wretch, the wrathful Brahma sang the previous sloka, bowed down unto by all the worlds. Do thou understand that, O monkey? The pious provide deliverance for the cow-killer, the wine-bibber, the thief, and the violator of vows, but for the ungrateful person there is no deliverance whatever. Thou art ignoble and ungrateful and lying, O monkey, since, having been formerly benefited by Rama, thou dost not requite his services. Having been benefited by Rama, thou, anxious to repay his kindness, shouldst exert thyself in search of Sita. But, of false promises, thou hast been indulging in gross enjoyments, nor doth Rama know thee for a serpent, croaking like a frog. A sinful wretch and of wicked soul, thou hast obtained the kingdom of the monkeys through the agency of the eminently virtuous, kind and high-souled Rama. Thou dost not acknowledge the good offices rendered unto thee by the high-souled Radva, and therefore, slain by means of sharpened shafts, thou shalt soon see valley. The way that hath been wended by the slain valley is not yet narrowed. Do thou, O Sugriva, desist in time, do not walk in the wake of valley. Do not behold the shafts resembling thunderbolts shot from the bow of that best of the Ikshwakus. Then, attaining happiness, thou shalt pass thy days in peace. Nor do thou mentally neglect Rama's business. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 35. When Sumitra's son, Lakshmana, had spoken thus, flaming in energy, Terra of face fair as the moon, said unto him, O Lakshmana, thou ought not to speak thus, and this lord of monkeys does not deserve to hear this harsh speech from thy lips, in especial. Sugriva is not ungrateful, or cunning, or heartless, nor doth he, O hero, deal in falsehood, nor is he deceitful. Nor hath the heroic monkey, O hero, forgotten the good, incapable of being done by others in battle, that the hero, Rama, hath done in his behalf. And, O afflicter of foes, through Rama's grace, Sugriva hath here attained fame and the enduring empire of the monkeys, as well as Uma and myself. Having lain down miserably before, Sugriva, now that he hath attained this supreme happiness, doth not heed his urgent duties, like the ascetic Vikwamitra. Attached unto Gritachi, O Lakshmana, the pious and mighty ascetic, Vikwamitra looked upon 10 years as one day, and that best of those conversant with time, Vikwamitra of mighty energy, did not perceive that the time, for doing a certain act, had arrived. What is to be said of other people? O Lakshmana, it behoveth Rama to forgive one who hath all the bodily exigencies, who is fatigued, and who is not satisfied with the pleasures of Kama. Nor, O Lakshmana, doth it behove thee, without ascertaining the exact import of things, to become suddenly subject to wrath, like any inferior person. O chief of men, persons endowed with the quality of goodness, like unto thee, do not suffer themselves to come under the sway of passion, without, at first, needfully revolving matters. I crave thy favor with concentrated mind, thou that knowest morality. Renounce the mighty grief that springs from thy ire. This is my conviction that for compassing Rama's welfare, Sugriva can resign Uma and myself, and Ingatha, and the kingdom and wealth and corn and animals. Slaying that worst of Rakshasas, Sugriva will bring Raghava with Sita, like unto the moon accompanied by Rohini. Without slaying hundreds of thousands of Kodis, and 36 Ayodhyas, thousands and hundreds of irrepressible Rakshasas wearing shapes at will, Rama cannot slay Ravana, by whom mightily hath been carried away. They are incapable, O Lakshmana, of being slain by Rama in battle, unless he is supported by others. Ravana is a wily warrior, and hence is the special need of Sugriva. That knowing lord of monkeys, Vali, had told me all this. I do not know how Ravana had secured this host, I say what I had heard from Vali. For rendering the assistance, the foremost monkeys have been dispatched in order to summon to the conflict numerous principal monkeys. Expecting these powerful and exceedingly strong ones, for attaining Raghava's end, this lord of monkeys doth not, yet, sally out. Things, O Saumitri, have beforehand been so satisfactorily arranged by Sugriva, that this very day the mighty one will be joined with all those monkeys. This very day billions of bears and thousands of galangulas as well as innumerable Kodis of monkeys flaming in energy shall join thee. Therefore, O subduer of enemies, banish thy anger. Seeing this thy face wrought up with wrath, and thy eyes appearing like red sores, the wives of the best of monkeys experience no peace, and they are agitated by the fear that exercised them of late. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 36. Humbly addressed in these words and formed with morality, Sumitra's son, resuming his native mildness, accepted them. On his accepting the speech, the lord of monkeys like a wet cloth cast off from him the fear he had conceived on account of Lakshmana. Then Sugriva, lord of monkeys, tore away the gaudy and variegated garland on his neck, potent with many a virtue, and became deprived of energy. And that master of all the monkeys, Sugriva, gladdening Lakshmana of dreadful prowess, humbly observed unto him, Thou son unto Sumitra, by the favor of Rama have I received back my lost luck, my fame, and this eternal monarchy of the monkeys. O king's son, who is capable of repaying even in part an action like that of the divine, Rama, renowned by means of his own acts. By virtue of native energy, and merely with my help, the righteous Raghava shall recover Sita and slay Ravana to boot. What need of assistance to him who with a single shaft rived 7 giant trees, a mountain, and the earth? O Lakshmana, what is the use of help to him the sounds of whose stretching bough made the earth tremble with her mountains? O best of men, when that foremost of men shall set out for slaying his enemy, Ravana, along with those going before him, I will follow him. If through my confidence, or presuming upon our amity, I have transgressed in any way, Rama ought to excuse his servant, for there is no servant that doth not transgress. When the high-souled Sugriva had said this, Lakshmana became well pleased, and he spake from love, having, in especial, the endued with humility, my brother, O monarch of monkeys, is every way strong, O Sugriva. Such is thy strength, O Sugriva, and such thy self-denial, that thou art fully worthy to enjoy the good fortune of the king of monkeys. O Sugriva, by thy help, the puissant Rama shall speedily slay his foe. Of this there is not the least doubt. O Sugriva, what thou, virtuous, grateful, and never turning away from fight, hast said is fit and proper. What knowing person, excepting, O foremost of monkeys, thyself and my elder brother, can speak so? Resembling Rama himself in strength and prowess, thou, O chief of monkeys, hast been ordained his help by the gods. But, O hero, do thou speedily go out with me and soothe thy friend aggrieved for the ravishment of his wife. And do thou, my friend, forgive what rough speech, on hearing the utterances of Rama sunk in grief, I have given thee. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 37. Thus addressed by the magnanimous Lakshmana, Sugriva said unto Hanuman, staying beside him, those that dwell on the summits of Mahendra, Himavat, Vindhya, and Kailaka, on Mandara, the peaks of Pandu and the 5 hills, on mountains wearing the hue of the infant sun, and ever bright, and those inhabiting the west, beyond the sea, on mountains in the mansions of the sun, looking like the evening sky, and those dreadful foremost of monkeys that inhabit Padmakala, those monkeys that, resembling collyrium like clouds, and having the strength of the Lord of Elephants, dwell in the Anjana hill, monkeys, possessing the splendor of gold, inhabiting the caverns of Mahakaila, those resorting to the sides of Meru, as well as those dwelling in the Dumra mountains, and those, having the hues of the infant sun, dwelling in the Maharuna mountain, drinking the Maria wine, and those dwelling in mighty fair and fragrant forests and romantic hermitages all round, lying on the skirts of woods, do thou at once bring all these, all the foremost monkeys of the world, by means of gifts and conciliation, and through the agency of more than usually fleet monkeys. I know those monkeys that I have first dispatched, to be gifted with great velocity, yet, for urging speed upon them, do thou send other foremost of monkeys. Do thou directly bring up here those monkey chiefs that are given up to lust or are dilatory. Those wicked ones, that finding fault with the royal mandate, do not come in, at my command within 10 days, must be slain. Let those hundreds and thousands and coties of leonine monkeys that abide by my mandate, hie hence, at my behest. Let monkeys, resembling clouds or mountains, cover up the sky, and let the foremost monkeys of dreadful forms march hence at my command. Let all the monkeys on earth, acquainted with motion, hieing themselves and summoning speed at my command, bring all the monkeys. Hearing the words of the Monkey King, the son of the wind god dispatched powerful monkeys in all directions. Dispatched by the king, the monkeys, ranging the sphere of birds and stars, immediately went through the welkin. And on oceans and mountains, and forests and tanks, the monkeys began to send away all the apes on behalf of Rama. Hearing the mandate of that king of kings, Sugriva, resembling the hour of death, the monkeys, conceiving fear for Sugriva, set out. And monkeys resembling collyrium, in hue, numbering 3 coties, endued with huge might, set out from the Anjana hill for the place where Raghava was. And 10 coties having the splendor of molten gold, inhabiting the mountain where the sun sets, set out. And 1,000 coties, hued like the lion's mane, came from the peaks of Kailaka. And of those dwelling in Himalaya, subsisting on fruits and roots, numbering 1,000 in coties, 1,000 appeared. And thousands of dreadful monkeys of terrible deeds, hued like charcoal, numbering coties, rushed suddenly from Vindhya. And there exists no record of the number of those inhabiting the shores of the ocean of milk, and the dwellers in the Tamila forests, as well as those subsisting on coconuts. And, as if drinking up the sun, the mighty monkey host came from forests and caves and rivers. And it came to pass that those heroic monkeys that had gone away to spur others on, found a mighty tree on Himavat. On that sacred mount in days of yore there took place a pleasing Mahekwara sacrifice. There the monkeys found grateful fruits and roots sprung from the streams of sacrificial oblations, and resembling ambrosia. He that partakes of those excellent fruits and roots sprung from the sacrificial ingredients, doth not experience hunger for a month. Those prime monkeys, feeding on fruits, gathered those sapid fruits and roots and medicinal herbs. And for compassing the good of Sugriva, repairing thither, the monkeys brought odorous blossoms from the sacrificial ground. And all those foremost of monkeys, taking all the monkeys of the earth, hastily set off in the van of the herds. And in a short while, those fast-fleeting apes speedily reached Kishkindha, where the monkey Sugriva was. And taking the healing herbs and the fruits and roots, the monkeys made them over to Sugriva, and said, having traversed mountains, rivers, and forests, all the monkeys of the earth bend their steps towards thee in obedience to thy command. Hearing this, Sugriva, lord of monkeys, was well pleased, and with a glad heart accepted all those presents. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 38. Having accepted all those presents, Sugriva, after soothing the monkeys, dismissed them. Having dismissed the thousands of apes, who had performed their task, he deemed himself as well as the mighty Raghava as having secured success. Then Lakshmana in sweet words spoke unto the exceedingly strong chief of monkeys, Sugriva, gladdening him, If it please thee, O placid one, I will go out of Kishkindha. Hearing Lakshmana's soft speech, Sugriva, highly delighted, said, Be it so. Let us go. I abide by thy behest. Having said this unto Lakshmana of auspicious marks, Sugriva dismissed the women with terror at their head. Then Sugriva in a loud voice summoned the foremost monkeys, saying, Come, hither. Hearing his words, those monkeys that could present themselves before the females, did so with joined hands. To them, who had presented themselves, said the king, of splendor resembling that of the sun, Do, ye monkeys, bring hither a car, bearing his words. Monkeys uniting vigor with celerity, brought a car lovely to behold. Seeing the car brought up, the lord of monkeys said unto Sumitra's son, O Lakshmana, ascend speedily. Having said this, Sugriva in company with Lakshmana swiftly ascended the golden car resembling the sun, yoked with numerous steeds. With a pale umbrella held over his head, and white chowries waving around, with conchs and trumpets blowing, eulogized by bards, Sugriva marched out, having obtained supreme regal auspiciousness. And surrounded by hundreds of high-spirited apes and armed people, he proceeded whither Rama was staying. And having arrived at the excellent spot which was the home of Rama, that highly energetic one alighted from the car along with Lakshmana. And having come to Rama, Sugriva stood, folding his hands. And when Sugriva had folded his hands, the monkeys also did so. And beholding the mighty host of the monkeys resembling a tank filled with lotus buds, Rama was well pleased with Sugriva. And raising up the monkey king who had bent his head at Rama's feet, Raghava embraced him from love and regard. Having embraced Sugriva, that righteous one said unto him, Be seated. And seeing Sugriva seated on the ground, Rama said, He, O best of monkeys, is a king who, O hero, in season follows righteousness, pleasure and profit, always dividing the same among all. He that, renouncing righteousness and the good, devotes himself to pleasure solely, is like a man that falling asleep on the top of a tree, wakes when he hath fallen down. That king is verily virtuous that, engaged in uprooting foes and advancing friends, attends to all the three ends. O destroyer of foes, the time is come for exertion. Do thou, O Lord of monkeys, bethink thyself along with thy monkey ministers. Thus addressed, Sugriva said unto Rama, O mighty armed one, my lost luck, and repute, and the entire monkey kingdom I have received back through thy gift, owing to thine and thy brother's grace, thou foremost of victors. He that, having received a good office, doth not requite it, reapeth obloquy among persons. These hundreds of prime monkeys, O destroyer of enemies, have come here, bringing with them all the monkeys of the world. O Ragva, bears and monkeys, heroic galangulas, acquainted with woods and forests and strongholds, and of terrible shapes, and monkeys who are the sons of deities, wearing forms that will stay on the way, O Ragva, surrounded by their own armies. And, O hero, O repressor of foes, monkeys surrounded by hundreds, and 100,000s, and kodis, and ayudas, and sankas, and arvudas, and hundreds of arvudas, and mudyas, and antyas, wait, here. And samudras, and paradas of monkeys, leaders of herds, inhabiting Meru and Vindhya, resembling clouds or hills, and in might resembling the great India, are on their way unto thee, O king. They will join thee for battling the fiend in the field, and, slaying Ravana in fight, shall bring Mithila's daughter. Thereat the puissant son of the earth's lord, witnessing the preparations made by the heroic monkey, remaining under his command, appeared like a blown blue lotus. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 39. As Sugriva was speaking thus with joined hands, that best of the righteous, Rama, embraced him with his arms, and then replied, that Indra poureth down showers, is no wonder, nor that this 1,000-rayed sun dispels darkness from the sky, nor yet that, O mild one, the moon by his rays causes the clear night. And in a similar way, friends like thee bring delight, O subduer of foes. O mild one, that whatever is graceful should be harbored in thee is not strange. I know, O Sugriva, that thou always speakst what is for my good. Assisted by thee, my friend, I shall in battle vanquish all my foes. Thou being my friend and my ally, shouldst assist me. That worst of Rakshasas hath carried away mightily, to bring down destruction upon himself, even as Anilata ravished Puloma's daughter, Sachi, deceiving her sire. That Ravana I will at no distant date slay with my sharpened shafts, even as that slayer of enemies, he of 100 sacrifices, slew the haughty father of Palomi. Presently appeared volumes of dust, and the hot and fierce rays of the sun were hid in the sky. And darkened by the gloom, all sides became bewildered. And the entire earth with her mountains, forests, and woods, trembled. Then the whole ground was covered with innumerable monkeys gifted with great strength, and having sharp teeth, and resembling kings of men. Then surrounded by leaders of monkey herds and retinues numbering hundreds of kodis, and monkey chiefs from rivers, and mountains, and seas, endowed with prodigious strength, and other apes inhabiting forests, having voices resembling clouds, and monkeys hued like the infant sun, or white like the moon, or colored like the filaments of the lotus, or pale, having their homes in the golden mountain, in all, numbering 10,000 kodis, appeared the graceful and heroic monkey, named Satavali. Then, having the splendor of the golden hill, the puissant sire of Tara was seen at the head of many thousand kodis. Then Uma's father, that lord, the father-in-law of Sugriva, arrived, accompanied with other thousands of kodis, of monkeys, resembling the filaments of the lotus, of face like unto the youthful sun, intelligent, the foremost of monkeys, supreme among them all. And Hanuman's father, the graceful Kekaran, appeared in company with many thousands of monkeys. And Gavaksha, sovereign of Galangulas, endowed with dreadful might, appeared, surrounded by thousands of kodis of monkeys. And Dumra of bears, endowed with terrific speed, destroyer of foes, appeared, surrounded by 2,000 kodis. And the leader of herds, named Panama, of exceeding prowess, came, accompanied with 3 kodis, mighty and dreadful. And the leader of herds, named Nila, of huge body, resembling a mass of blue collyrium, appeared with 10 kodis. Then the exceedingly powerful Gavaya, leader of herds, having the splendor of the golden mountain, arrived with 5 kodis. And that powerful leader of herds, Dharamukha, came, surrounded by thousands of kodis, and took up his post by Sugriva. And Minda and Dvivida, sons of Akwi both, of mighty strength, appeared with kodis upon thousands of kodis of monkeys. And the powerful and heroic Gaia came, surrounded by 3 kodis. And the king of bears, Jambavan by name, came, surrounded by 10 Kodis, and enlisted himself under the command of Sugriva. And the monkey, named Ramana, possessed of energy, and strong, came swiftly, surrounded by 100 Kodis of powerful monkeys. Then, followed at his back by hundreds and thousands of Kodis, came the monkey, Gandhamadana. Then came the young prince Ingatha, in prowess resembling his sire, accompanied by 1,000 Padmas and 100 Sankas. Then appeared at a distance, accompanied by 5 Kodis of monkeys endowed with dreadful prowess, Tara, having the splendor of a star. And then appeared Indrajanu, the heroic monkey and leader of herds, lord of 11 Kodis, surrounded by them. Then followed Rumba, resembling the infant son, accompanied by an Ayodhya, 1,000, and 100. Then appeared to the view the stout monkey, named Dharmaka, heroic lord of herds, surrounded by 2 Kodis. And Hanuman showed himself, surrounded by 1,000 Kodis of monkeys, resembling peaks of Kailaka, of dreadful vigor. And the exceedingly energetic Nala came, attended with 100 Kodis, 1,000, and 100 monkeys, living in trees. Then surrounded by 10 Kodis, of monkeys, came the shapely Dharamukha before the high-souled Sugriva, from a country bordering on a river. And Sarabha, Kumuda, Vani, the monkey Rumba, and many other monkeys, lords of herds, passing enumeration, wearing shapes at will, came, covering the entire earth with her mountains and forests. And all the monkeys of the world were some of them coming and others putting up. And monkeys, some of them dripping, and some leaping, and some roaring, gathered round Sugriva, like clouds gathering round the sun. And, crying in various tones, prime monkeys furnished with arms, with bent heads spoke humbly to that lord of monkeys, Sugriva. And other foremost of monkeys, gathering together duly, came before Sugriva with joined hands. Sugriva, standing with joined hands, expeditiously informed Rama of the arrival of the monkey leaders in hot haste, and then spake to them, saying, O chiefs of monkeys, stationing the forces duly near mountain rills and all the woods, let him that is conversant with the army ascertain who have come and who have not. Ramayana, Kanda 4, Section 40. Then that lord of monkeys, the successful Sugriva, spake unto Rama, lion among men and destroyer of hostile hosts, saying, Those foremost monkeys endued with strength and capable of wearing any shape at will, and possessed of the splendor of the mighty Indra, that inhabit my territories, have come and stationed themselves. And these monkeys, dreadful, and resembling Daityas and Danavas, are accompanied by powerful monkeys of terrific prowess, who have displayed their virtue in many a field, and are of famed renown in battle and, powerful, and who have mastered languor and are celebrated in prowess and sterling in their profession. O Rama, these Kodis of apes that have arrived, inhabiting earth and water and various mountainous tracts, are at thy service. All abide by thy command, all are intent upon the welfare of their master, and, O subduer of foes, they are competent to bring about thy end. And in company with many thousands and innumerable ones that have shown their ability in many a field, have come monkeys dreadful, and resembling Daityas and Danavas. If, O lion among men, thou conceive that the time is ripe, tell it unto me. It behoves thee to command those forces, remaining under thy sway. Although I am full well acquainted with the work in which they are to be employed, yet thou ought to order them as to what they are to accomplish. When Sugriva had spoken thus, Dasaratha's son, Rama, embracing him with his arms, said, O placid one, do thou learn whether Videha's daughter is alive or not, as well as ascertain the country, where, O thou endowed with eminent wisdom, liveth Ravana. Having come at Vadehi and Ravana's abode, shall I then appoint the time along with thee? O Lord of monkeys, I am not the master in this matter, nor Lakshmana, thou art the cause of this undertaking, as well as, O monarch of monkeys, the Lord. Do thou therefore, O Lord, command these as to what is to be done by them in my behalf. O hero, thou certainly knowest my business. My second friend, Lakshmana being first, thou art potent, wise, conversant with seasonableness, cognizant of profit, and engaged in our welfare. Thus addressed, Sugriva in presence of Rama and the intelligent Lakshmana, said unto a leader of herds and lord of apes, named Vinata, having the splendor of a hill, blazing and emitting sounds as those of clouds, O foremost of monkeys, accompanied with apes resembling the sun and the moon, thou cognizant of time, place and morals, and sagacious in deciding course of action, surrounded by hundreds and thousands of active apes, march towards the eastern quarter, furnished with woods, forests, and hills. There, in mountain fastnesses, and forests and rivers, do thou search Videha's daughter, Sita, as well as the abode of Ravana. And while on the search around for Rama's beloved wife, Sita, daughter-in-law unto Dasaratha, thou shouldst search the beautiful Bhagirathi, and the Sarayu, and the Kausiki, the Kalandi, and the charming Yamuna, and the mighty hill bordering thereon, and the Sarasvati, and the Sindhu, and the Sona with water resembling ruby, and the Mahi and Kalamahi, garnished with woods and hills, the large tracts, Brahmamalas, Videhas, and Malavans, and Kasakasalas, and Magadhas, and Pundras, and Angas, and grounds native to silkworms, and containing mines of silver, and mountains and cities embosomed in the sea. Do thou also search through the houses in Mandara, belonging to people having ears resembling cloths, reaching their nether lips, and mouths resembling iron, one-footed and fleet withal, and whose descendants never deteriorate, and to anthropophagi, and hunters dwelling on islands, having sharp hair, gold-hued, pleasing, and subsisting on raw fish, and to creatures, tiger-man forms, terrible to behold, and, you dwellers of woods, do you carefully search those places that are accessible by crags and bounds, and the island of Yava, adorned by 7 several kingdoms, and the island of Savarna, and Rupayaka, thronged by gold miners. And, going beyond the island of Yava, one comes upon the hill called Sazira, which pierceth the heavens by its peaks, and is inhabited by gods and demons. In all these mountain fastnesses, cascades and woods, do you together search for the renowned wife of Rama. Then, arriving at the rapid red waters going under the name of Sona, and repairing to the other shore of the ocean, the abode of Siddhas and Charanas, do you search all round for Ravana in company with Sita in the sweet sacred spots and picturesque woods. And you should explore forests, mountain-sprung streams, wild tracts subject to storms, and mountains containing caverns. Then it behoves you to examine horrible ocean islands, heaving with waves, terrific, resounding, of haughty bearing in consequence of winds. There, huge-bodied Asuras, hungering for a long period, permitted by Brahma, capture creatures, resorting to shades. And adroitly arriving at that great sea, like unto clouds at the universal dissolution, inhabited by mighty snakes, sending loud sounds, and there, after passing the terrific sea of red waters called Yellow, you will behold a mighty gnarled Salmali, there, built by Vikwakarman, peak-like, gigantic, resembling Kailaka, towereth, the mansion of Vinata's offspring, named Mandaya. There, grim Rakshasas named Manditas, resembling hills, of diverse shapes, capable of inspiring fear, hang head foremost on the rocks. Day after day at sunrise, these Rakshasas heated by solar rays, and struck dead by Brahma energy, again and again, hang on the crags. Then wilt thou, O thou that art hard to repress, proceeding, view the sea named Kshiroda, having the hue of pale clouds, and looking like a necklace, because of the ripples, on its surface. In it there are the mighty white mountains going by the name of Rashada, covered with trees bearing odorous blossoms, as well as the tank known under the name of Sudarkana, swarming with swans and shining silver lotuses having golden filaments. Desirous of sport, resort to this tank delighted troops of Vivudas and Charanas, Yikshas, Kinnaras, and Apsaras. Leaving behind Kshiroda, you monkeys, you will soon after behold the Jalada Sea, striking terror into all beings. There presideth that mighty airborne energy of him, embodied in the mouth of a mule. This wondrous universe, containing mobile and immobile things and fraught with great impetus, is the element of this energy. There are heard the cries of feeble creatures inhabiting the sea, who begin to wail on witnessing the mouth of the mule. On the north of the Swata Sea lie 13 yojanas of land, named Jatarapasala, exceeding spacious, and of the splendor of gold. There, you monkeys, you will behold that serpent, the holder of earth, resembling the moon, and with expansive eyes like lotus petals, seated at the summit of the mount, that one worshipped of all deities, having 1,000 heads, the god Ananta, clad in blue apparel. And by the dais, there, at the top of the mount, is the golden palm, planted by that high-souled one, which is like a banner. The chief of the celestials reared it in the eastern region. After that is the fair rising mountain. Its golden peak, measuring 100 yojanas, reaching unto the heavens, rises nobly, with mountains at its base, and looks beautiful with salas, palms, tamalas, and flowering karnakaras, golden, splendid, and resembling the sun. There, spreading a yojana around, towering up 10, is the peak named Samanasa, all certainly of gold. There, formerly on the occasion of invading the earth with 3 paces, that foremost of persons, Vishnu, planting his first foot, planted the other on the summit of Meru. The sun, having passed by Jambudvipa on the north, and, arriving at that mighty and eminent summit, Samanasa, again becometh visible to the dwellers of Jambudvipa. There are seen those Valakilya Maharshis, named Vaikanasas, wearing the hue of the sun, leading an ascetic mode of life. This is the island of Sudarkana, before which all creatures inspire energy and have their sight granted to them. You should search for Ravana with Vaidehi all round the top of that mountain as well as in its forests and woods. Here, the first twilight enfolded in the glory of the golden hill and that of the high-souled sun appeareth roseate. As this is the first gateway of both earth and heaven, and as the sun first rises in this quarter, this is called the east. You should search the breast of its mountain, and fountains, and caves for Ravana in company with Vaidehi. Beyond that is the exceedingly impassable eastern quarter, thronged by the celestials, covered with darkness and devoid of the sun and the moon. Do you search for Janaki in all those rocks, woods, and streams, as well as in such spots as I have not mentioned? You foremost of monkeys, the monkeys are competent to proceed thus far. Beyond this, of the tract without sun and without limit, I know nothing. Meeting with Vaidehi and, arriving at, Ravana's mansion, do ye, having reached the rising hill, turn back, when it shall be a full month. Do not stay longer than a month. If you do, you shall be slain by me. Having attained your end, do you turn back, having met with mightily. Having adroitly explored the tract, loved of Mahendra, plated with woods, do you monkeys, having come at Sita, the beloved wife of that descendant of Ragu, desist, attaining happiness.